Good morning or good afternoon or good evening, or as one of my favorite podcasts, The Feed says, good generic time of the day. Welcome to day 3 of Amplify Music 2021. My name is Gigi Johnson, and I am one of your 2 hosts for this adventure. I run the Marymount Institute Center for Creative Futures, Rethink Next, and I teach at UCLA's Herb Alpert School of Music. And I think I do 2 or 3 other things, as most of our guests today do also. And Storm, introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm Storm Glore from the College of Arts and Media at CU Denver, and I'm also a city councilman in the city of Glendale, Colorado. Good to see everyone.
Good to see everyone. This is day 3. Day 1 and 2 are on the books, but you can watch them already on our website, amplifymusic.org. I know some of you are watching us from amplifymusic.org, and others are watching us from Hopin, which is the virtual platform we're on. Everyone is everywhere during this time, and we appreciate your joining us from your sofa. My sofa is near Pasadena, California, so I'm going to do a land acknowledgement from where I sit. In the many geographies and many local communities, I'm in the Los Angeles area, we acknowledge the Gabrielino Tongva peoples as their traditional land caretakers of Tovangar, the Los Angeles Basin, and the South Channel Islands. Storm, you are in Denver?
I am in Denver, and in Denver, we honor and acknowledge that we are on the traditional territories of the Cheyenne, Arapaho, Ute, Lakota, Kiowa, Comanche, Apache, Shoshone, Paiute, Zuni, and Hopi, among others. And speaking of acknowledgments, we'd like to take a minute to acknowledge 4 of our gold sponsors, including Lyric Find, Cash, that's Creative Arkansas Community Hub and Exchange, and Bandzoogle and Tully. We so appreciate their sponsorship and helping to make this happen.
So today are 30-minute panels, mostly back-to-back with 10-minute breaks every 3 to 4 panels. You can take a look at the schedule on amplifymusic.org or on Hopin. For those of you in Hopin, please find us at the main stage, which is where you are now. You can also communicate in the chat, add things to the Q&A, and enjoy the day. You can connect through the people tag, or you can click on people's little faces and talk to each other. We've had a lot of people communicating, sharing networks, etc. And at the end of the day today, which should be around, I think, 10:25 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, we'll have a group mixer where we can talk about everything we've gone through for the day, as well as we have one-to-one networking available in the platform. But let me bring to you in 2 minutes, we'll come back to you and share with you our first panel of the day. Welcome back. So this is our first full panel of the day. This is panel 21, Future Casting, Where Do We Want to Go? I'm extremely excited about this panel. Let me first hand this, though, to introduce our fabulous cast of characters, the amazing dulcet tones of Larry Miller from NYU.
Thank you, Gigi, and hi everybody, and welcome to Friday and day two. I loved the questions that Gigi and Storm and the Amplify programming team came up with to introduce this panel. What can we intentionally build within and between our communities, and where are we going, and how will we get there? And I can't think of a better and more experienced and smarter and more insightful group of panelists than the ones that we have today. I will introduce them very briefly before they make their opening remarks, and we are going to jump right into it, if that's okay with you. Michelle McKenzie is director of the Urban Inclusion Community and is in partnership with Sound Diplomacy. Michelle and Urban Inclusion are focused on building music communities in Lagos and Accra primarily, and joins us today from London. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, how are you doing?
Michelle, can you tell us a bit more about what you do now, and share, please, also your current perspective on where we are now in mid-2021?
Okay, well, you gave us a fine introduction. Urban Inclusion Community, we're a social enterprise originally based in the UK, started in the UK in 2006. And since 2012, we've had an office in Accra, working in Accra and Lagos. As you said, we're currently engaged in a project building music resilience packages for West Africa, specifically Lagos and Accra, and we're doing that in partnership with Sound Diplomacy. Challenging times. I think we all know just how challenging these times are. I think the scenario for West Africa is one where there's a realization, I think, around how fragile the industry is in many respects. And what is really required currently is a revision, a review, and investment in the music industry to breathe life, not only in the ecosystem, but also in all those, in other complementary industries as well. So I think one of the key learning curves that Accra and Lagos has been going through is really understanding how fragile the industry is, but how much can be done to actually make it more resilient. And by that, what I mean is providing an environment, creating an environment in which musicians and music industry actors can create a livelihood. There are many things that pull on that. There are many things that create a tension with that. One, there's the public and how the public can gain access to music, gain access to live performances, gain access to recorded music. And then also, other issues around infrastructure that will support that. As well as issues around financing and development of the industry as well. So I think this has been a real learning experience for musicians, even in terms of how they present their music. And by that, what I mean is, now that we have the dearth of live performances, everyone seems to think that jumping ship and using the digital model is a viable alternative, when in fact, I think for certain parts of the world, that's not the case. Sometimes that's because infrastructure is not as developed and doesn't necessarily support musicians and other cultural actors as well to make that transfer from live performance, studio work onto a digital platform. That's one of the challenges, but also in terms of how one performs, how one reaches one's audience. And I think for Africa in particular, how one makes a livelihood, how one makes a living, continuing to produce music and whatever other cultural activities that are their mainstay. Those are what I think are some of the absolute key challenges, as well as, very briefly, as well as understanding the importance of policy, music policy that actually supports a creative environment. In Ghana, for example, and I'll just make this as a final point, in Ghana, for example, they have now introduced the new Creative Arts Bill. And with that, there is the Creative Arts Agency. I'm hoping that Frank from the Creative Arts Agency is present and we'll be able to speak a little bit more about that. But I think it's really about, for Africa in general, and for West Africa specifically, it really is about paying attention to create an environment that is sustainable and that supports creativity.
And can I ask you to share a very concise vision of what you think will be different, say, 3 to 5 years out?
I'd like to think, and again, looking at Ghana, I'd like to think that the investment in infrastructure that supports music will continue to progress. It started. Things like affordability of tech, which again will impact on things like digital productions, impact on things like streaming. Streaming is not necessarily that viable an option in West Africa, for example, certainly currently. So yes, I would like to think that the future will hold better infrastructure, a greater understanding of what is needed to create a sustainable and viable music industry, as well as addressing a lot of the other barriers that exist for musicians. Those are the 3 key things I think need to happen in West Africa, in Ghana, Nigeria specifically.
Thank you, Michelle. Let's go to Hamburg. Lena Ingvarson is a project manager at Music City Communities and joins us today from there. And so, Lena, tell us a bit about how the world looks from where you sit today, and then let's talk about your vision for where we're going and how we're going to get there.
Yeah, thank you, Larry, and thanks for the invitation. I'm happy to meet you all here and exchange. I'm here on behalf of the Worldwide and Transnational Music Cities Network. It's based in Hamburg, but working transnationally. It was initiated in 2016 as well by Sound Diplomacy. So, Michelle, I think we have a lot of things to talk about after this as well. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
As well as the Hamburg Music Business Association, based in Hamburg as the lobbying body for the music companies. In the meantime, we're 10 members of the Music Cities Network, Aarhus, Bergen, Berlin, Hamburg, Gothenburg, Groningen in the Netherlands, Manchester, Nantes in France, Reykjavik in Iceland, and Sydney. Wow. So we are kind of a widespread, still quite Western European focus on the aim to exchange and improve the communication and collaboration and policies between music cities in the world. Yeah. The idea is not new, but still, I think in the current state of the development and the pandemic, we were very glad to have the network last year because the structure was there already. The aim of the network is to work holistically and understand music as infrastructure, Michelle, as you said as well, as part of city development. And that is what we're trying to implement in the work. We do that in different projects. We do that in different shaping of policies, but also in joint researches in collaboration with a lot of other partners. So I think what, for me, or my perspective on this is, that is that we try to create good frames for music within the city, and this is something, if we would have had that good frames already, looking at my international partners, I'm speaking on behalf of, it maybe would have not been so bad for them as it is now. So the club culture, the venue culture, all the music ecosystem is actually down. Here in Hamburg especially as well, everything is closed since November. I'm not only allowed to meet one other person at this point. So it's crazy, and it really goes down to the core. it definitely, what you said, Michelle, resonates with me a lot. We need to think about more resilient structures for the music ecosystem. It's very fragmented, and that became very clear in the last month and in the last year. With the Music Cities Network, we try to see the whole city as a music city ecosystem and understand which stakeholders are working together and trying to bring this all together. It's hard work, but it's where we're standing now. I think I'm hopeful in a way, as I think still I know that music and culture will be the ones bringing us together, and bringing us the social cohesion and the joint joy we need to continue working with that, what we're doing.
Lena, how do you think things will have shifted significantly over the next several years? What are you looking forward to? What do you believe is achievable, and how are you going to get there?
I'm an optimist generally, and I think what has shown or what has become clear in the last year that for me personally, but also for the network, music and culture are still and will be the glue for our society. And music needs to be seen and acknowledged as integrated part of city development. I think this is one of our wishes and my wish personally as well. We need to work on policies, and we need to work to support the bottom-up initiatives and different small projects, but we can't forget the policy side from top down. This needs to be tangled together. It needs to be a holistic approach. This is not something that has happened so intuitively and also like on the integrated part. I think it's still very fragmented, especially as well in Europe, with the perspective from me, my experience of 12 years in the music industry in Germany. We need to raise the awareness that culture and music are the most important links of our transnational societies, also looking at the current developments that are taking place in different areas of the world. Creativity and innovation will still be the driving forces, and I think we need to work to push that forward. I think with the network and also my movement or my vibe, because I'm in this, is that we need to acknowledge the value of music on all levels. And this is what I try to do, or what we try to do with the Music Cities Network as well, in connecting in conferences like this and spread the word and work together on this. There's a lot of more I would be able to say, but I will stop here.
Thank you, Lena, and thanks for keeping it brief. I know you have much more to share with us.
Not so easy, but yes.
Let us shift from the world of public policy, strictly speaking, to the commercial world, and shift over to Singapore. Meng Ru Kwok is the owner of BandLab Technologies and is based there, although a frequent global traveler. He owns NME, Uncut, and a bunch of other assets. And Meng, how are you viewing where we are now in mid-2021?
Hello?
Yes, Meng, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, I got cut off for a second there. Yeah, so very pleased to be on the conference. Someone had to mess up with the audio, and it had to be me. But Larry, thanks for the introduction, and just for brief overview of the things that we do within BandLab Technologies. I'm the CEO and co-founder of BandLab Technologies, and within the group, we handle multiple things within the music space, everything from creation all the way to consumption. So really looking across music and different sectors of music, all the way from manufacturing. We own our own brands, guitar brands, founded and based in the US, Harmony Guitars, Heritage Guitars. We manufacture these in Kalamazoo, Michigan. We distribute them around the world. We also own our own distributor out in Southeast Asia and retail stores
and represent many different brands in the music space, more from creation side. On the media side, as Larry mentioned, NME Magazine, Guitar.com, MusicTech.net, formerly owned Rolling Stone from 2016 to 2019. In the media space, again, we're very much focused in the world of music, everything from specialists in terms of music creation and players, all the way again to more consumer listening and pop culture. And at the center of it all, the flagship product of BandLab Technologies is BandLab.com. BandLab, the platform, easiest way to understand it is sort of Facebook for music, but with GarageBand and SoundCloud/Bandcamp built in. It's a place where people can make music. It's a place where people can share music. And sort of where we sit today in April 2021, I think I said this, the first time I connected with some of you guys, there's a strange sense of a little bit of survivor's guilt, when we think about how crazy the world has been and the amount of people affected by what's going on. When we entered the situation last year, there were areas we were very afraid of and frankly worried about, especially the fact we have physical stores. We have stores where people have to go in, and some of these places were shut down because of the pandemic. In different countries, we operate stores in Singapore, Malaysia, LA, Indonesia, Vietnam, and all the different policies and systems in place cause all these different stores to be shut at different times, and also logistics being affected in supply chain. But strangely, on that side, we quickly realized that while everyone was panic buying toilet paper, they also were panic buying guitars. And I'm sure you guys have seen some really interesting and positive stories coming out of the New York Times and great publications like Rolling Stone and Billboard talking about the big growth in people picking up instruments during the pandemic. And so, we saw some really exciting trends there. On the media side, as you guys know, consumption of content was more important than ever. And we definitely saw, the highest traffic BandLab side, which is really, where people are congregating in a virtual world. We were most excited. And today, we went past all the original predictions and had to reforecast everything in terms of growth numbers. We ended the year where we're close to 33 million registered users around the world today, and more than 10 million songs a month being made on BandLab, the platform. So, it's quite incredible to see that kind of growth and people utilizing new technology in a platform to try and make music at a time where they really can't get into a room together. And I think, some of the trends that we were seeing already that have driven some of the BandLab growth were already happening, with the attention economy, with everyone's attention span being taken away by gaming, film, TV, Netflix, and all the different distractions that we have. The idea of a previous generation's way of learning an instrument, like going to a guitar store and buying a guitar for your very first instrument, or meeting friends and getting into a garage and starting to make music together. These things don't really exist anymore, right? Instead of going to a music store to buy your first instrument, everyone has their very first instrument in their hands, and it's a mobile phone. And, no one gets together in person anymore. They're connecting online first before they decide to make plans to get together in person. So it's a very different world. And so, as we sit here in April, it's a very interesting time because we see a lot of positives. We see a lot of very interesting tailwinds that are coming through in terms of the wider independent music space. But at the same time, through our instrument brands and a lot of the things that we do, especially the professional industry, so many close friends, so many session musicians have really seen their businesses damaged in a very, very, disturbing and worrying way. And I think, there are definitely some major challenges ahead, but, there are positives to be taken from the fact that so many more people are engaging in music. But obviously, some significant things have to be thought about and considered, especially as it relates to, the people who have made the industry what it is today and that we can all benefit from and are all on this call because.
So COVID was an unexpected accelerant, at least for some or many of the assets that you now own. What do you think we'll be looking at 3 to 5 years out?
Well, I think there are some interesting positives, right? I think, a lot of focus can be on the negatives, which is worrying about the existing state of the industry and what happens to it. I think some of the real positives that we're particularly excited about is seeing the growth, for example, and the continued growth despite people and places starting to open up, which makes us believe that as people reconnect in an offline environment, the fact that they've embraced new technology that they may not necessarily have done in the past or have put the effort into because of the fact that they didn't need to, we see some exciting trends that actually that could spur more creativity because people now have new technology to support the offline relationships that they have as we start to get together in person. And then secondly, I think with the amount of people who've actually picked up new instruments, there's no question that there could be a massive growth in terms of new songwriting, in terms of new talent that's out there that never would have given it a chance because they were too busy with sports or some other passions or X, Y, and Z that was keeping them busy throughout the day. So I think the positives that I like to look at is, there could be some really amazing music coming out in 3 to 5 years, and also the support for the leapfrog in technology, and especially as it comes to music creation, which is really what we're very much focused on. And as a result, towards the end of that supply chain, we believe there will also be, some real benefits for music consumption as well, and people who benefit from that.
Exciting. Thank you, Meng. Jim Griffin is my friend. For longer than I care to admit. He is today Vice President of Digital Rights at PEX. Jim is many things. He is an organizer. He is a ringleader. He is a futurist. And in his not so distant past was president of Network Music Licensing at Warner Music Group. He has been an advisor for many years to those in public policy and has testified a number of times here in the U.S. on federal copyright matters. When I first met him, Jim was the first head of digital at Geffen Records. What are you seeing?
Larry, that's such a kind introduction, and I'd happily co-conspire with you anytime. And I look forward to doing more of that. Look, I think there's 3 things worth commenting about, and I'll make them quick. The first one is that creativity is moving from the center of the network out towards its edge. There was a time when everything came out of Hollywood or something like Hollywood, New York, Los Angeles, London. Things were very centered. And licensing and registering works was easy because we did it right at the center of the network. You could even look, for example, at a cable system or an antenna emanating, and everything came from its center. But today, that creativity is moving out towards the network's edge. And that's a profound shift. I would say that it is alarming to some who take security from the center of the network. But look at Meng. His users are people who weren't traditionally a part of the music ecosystem. They were at its edge, not at its center. Perhaps they looked forward to being discovered, but not today, because today they're doing perfectly well with Meng and others feeding them the products and services that they need in order to be creative. And so that creativity moving from the network center to its edge is a fundamental change. The second one I'll point out is really one that my friend Will Page has just written a book about called Tarzan Economics. Clearly, we are in a shift from music the product, creativity the product, to music the service, and creativity the service. And by the way, I'm not just talking about services here, not like, oh, Spotify is a music service, etc. I'm saying that music performs a service for many other industries, drawing a crowd, making gaming more fun, making you stay and have another drink. Music, the service, is now in so many ways more important than music, the product, ever was. We did not find the value coming off the back of a truck from a warehouse. Increasingly, we find that value in the way that it moves your rear end, or it grabs your eyes, or it takes your senses away. And so that shift from product to service, Will calls it Tarzan economics, I think is profound and very, very important. And I will say, thirdly, we have a challenge coming this summer. The EU has issued a copyright directive that is being transposed in each of the member countries that challenges us to take control of the music where the owner wants it. And there are many of us who are skeptical about this, and yet it's a challenge that must be met. One of the reasons I'm at PEX is because PEX is fascinated with this transition to balance control and compensation in various ways. So I would say those are the 3 main trends, and I'll leave it at that.
And so, Jim, to fast forward a few years out, as much as we mentioned when we were chatting with Meng a minute ago, COVID has accelerated many things that were already in play. Where do you think we'll be in, say, 5 years?
Look, I'll just put it like this. it's going to look a lot less like you and me and a lot more like my co-panelists. And that's a great thing. That is fantastic. I think that's the excitement that I feel for the future, is that so many people from the edge of the network are coming in and really transforming this industry. And so it's going to look a lot more like my co-panelists and a lot less like me. And that's a really good thing.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jim.
That's a great thing.
I have I don't see questions in the chat, but I have one for Lena and Michelle. And that is a concern that I have heard expressed about the loss of permanent music infrastructure in music communities. How worried should we be, and what can we do about it?
Do you want to take this first, Lena?
You can take.
Cities community.
You
Just
mean
in terms
loss
of some of the
About the loss of music infrastructure.
You mean in
over this
terms of
past year.
COVID?
Yes.
Yeah. It's challenging, definitely. And it will be up for a big transformation. It will not be the same. But as I said as well, I'm an optimist, and although it has been very tough, and it will still be very tough, because questions are now, even if cities are able to open again, who is opening, who can be opening, who is going to go with what kind of feeling, which policies are there to be implemented, that it's a long-term and sustainable kind of support that still is going to be needed, because venues can't just simply open and then everything is running again. So it will be challenging, and I just can point out and hope that everyone who's involved in policies and creating frames will understand that we need this, because this is everything that a lot of people will be asking for and that we know of. And now it's kind of kicked with the feet most of the time. And I really hope that this is never going to happen again, but we will need to strike back hard.
Michelle, what are your thoughts?
Okay, again, I think some of the challenges in West Africa present a slightly different scenario. Music infrastructure, so we're talking about things like studios, etc. Those kinds of infrastructures, it's already challenging to have those things exist in the first place. And affordability. So in a lot of respects, we're kind of on the back foot in that respect. A lot of musicians in that region really rely on live performances. They don't necessarily rely on the sale of music, because people don't necessarily have that disposable income to purchase music. We had this very brief conversation before where we talked about, the conflict between this notion of piracy and access to music. Well, in Africa, the piracy is actually what elevates musicians. It's how their music gets out there. Very few people, do have, the tech in their houses or even the disposable income to purchase CDs, etc. And I remember we had a little laugh about, well, who buys CDs? Well, they still buy CDs in West Africa, albeit that they are burnt. So that tension has always existed. I think the main loss will be these live venues, which musicians absolutely depend upon for an income, for livelihood. And that, if anything, is what policy needs to be addressing. How do we keep these venues open? Much more so than the things that we take for granted in the West, where actually even being able to make music in your own home, which relies on electricity and these kinds of things, these are real challenges for musicians and producers. So, yes, these are the things that need to be addressed in terms of how do we retain and also create new infrastructures that will support the production of music.
Thank you, Michelle. And I imagine that the answer to how we get there will lay within music and business working together now as ever, and maybe more importantly than ever, in order to ensure that we have a robust music ecosystem in 2026 and beyond. Panelists, thank you all for joining. Audience, thank you for waking up early or staying up late. Gigi, back over to you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Larry.
Thank
What a
you.
really marvelous panel. I know we could have readily had another half hour on this topic, and we kind of are, in the fact that we're going to have more panels breaking many of these things this panel introduced across the day. So we'll see everybody in 2 minutes. Welcome back. That was a great panel. I could have listened to that panel for another 30, 60 minutes because, in fact, they're going to go off and meet together right now out of all those conversations and getting to talk. And I'm excited because we're rolling many of these topics out across the day that were just introduced by this panel. So this next session is sponsored by one of our gold sponsors, Cash. And it is going to be panel 22, Rethinking Experiences, Future, or I should say Futures of Live Events. And let me first hand you over to Eric Gilbert, who will introduce the rest of the crew.
Hi, thanks for having us, Amplify. My name is Eric Gilbert. I'm based in Boise, Idaho, and we're hosting this conversation about the future of live events. And here in Boise, I run a multi-venue, multi-day music festival called Treefort Music Fest, and promote a variety of shows in indoor and outdoor venues throughout Boise, Idaho throughout the year. And yeah, I'm excited. I think we have a really great panel of folks that represent different sizes of markets. And we're all going to kind of introduce ourselves and talk about kind of how we intersect with live events and what's happening in our current location. So we'll come back around to me at some point, but I did want to give my fellow panelists the opportunity to sort of give a bigger picture about what they're working on. And I'm going to start with the nearest neighbor to me here in Boise, Idaho, Laura Wilson over in Fort Collins, Colorado.
Thanks, Eric, and greetings from the Southeast. I'm originally from Philadelphia, but I've been in Fort Collins for 4 years, and I work for the Bohemian Foundation, where I oversee our live music events. So that we have 2 venues, one seated and one GA cap at 900, called Washington's. And then we do outdoor events as well, normally a 10 show series throughout the summer, as well as a large 3-day festival called Bohemian Nights every August. I also work with the National Independent Venue Foundation, where I'm the treasurer and secretary and chair for about 6 months. We got a few venues reopened, but then they closed again. So now it's sort of a more interesting conversation, and I'm really excited to be here with all of you to see what's next.
Great. Ben, down in Los Angeles, will you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Ben Johnson. I'm the Director of Performing Arts for the City of Los Angeles, the Department of Cultural Affairs, and I'm calling you from Tongva Land. And within my portfolio, the city owns 8 historic venues plus Amplify 5 of them. And as part of the work that I do is manage these venues and get them open and manage construction projects, as well as think about the future of festivals in Los Angeles as we look towards the Olympics in 2028, international cultural exchange programs with venues and artists in LA and other countries, and then advocate for LA and the music industry on a national and international level. Excited to be here, a big fan of Gigi Johnson, and way to go, Amplify Music, for this conference.
And then furthest away from the rest of us, Ilya in Dubai. I'd love to hear about what you're doing out there.
Hey, Eric. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So I'm Ilya Msawir. I am the founder and managing partner for Big Beards Entertainment, obviously. We program and we organize shows and festivals in the region. And we also do artist management for regional artists. And what we do now is currently we work closely with the government on coming back to live events and how we try to make it safe for people to come back and attend shows. And that's basically it. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Gigi and Storm, and looking forward to this panel. Yeah.
Awesome. So I think obviously the real intersection with this conversation right now, we're all kind of all at a very significant crossroads as things are starting to reopen, but not there yet. Like, for example, with our festival here in Boise, we announced our lineup for September, September, we usually happen in March, and it's essentially the September festival is our postponed festival from 2020 and now happening in September. And, we announced basically 370 artists yesterday and fully moving forward, but there's still a lot of unknowns as to how, fully how we're going to pull that off. I think really interesting thing in the States right now is, I know in California, we'll get into that too. It's like things are reopening, but it's hard 6 months out to know exactly what, how reopened is it going to be. And I think I think we talked, I really would like us to focus more on the future past this moment, but at the same time, maybe we can take a moment and just kind of talk about the state of where we're at right now and how we're thinking about these next steps. And Ilya, I kind of want to start with you. With how things are looking where you're at.
Yeah, so basically here in UAE, it's totally different than any markets around the world, because actually we started going back to events and festivals from November 2020 on smaller scale, and now we built up towards now till April, where it went back to not having any concerts, not because of the pandemic, it's just because the holy month is happening now. So here in the country, so they don't usually host events, except they host corporate conferences, which is everywhere now. We are actually getting ready to fully operate on no more percentage. It's like 100% in end of May, June, fully going towards August, where the biggest exhibition in the world happening here, which is Expo 2021. We're discussing with the government how we're gonna have a secure space for people to attend as 100% capacity, and there's a lot of things we can talk about during the panel on how we did that and what's gonna happen. But yeah, we're fully functioning at the moment, and we have I'm hearing from other promoters, like colleagues of mine, and probably there's over 100 festivals and shows happening here. And in Saudi Arabia, it's even more than that. It's double than that. Yeah.
Just real quick follow up on that. What's the appetite for live AE events right now? Does it seem like audiences are have everything's gone on sale yet, and you get a sense of how ticket sales are going or anything? Yeah.
So most of the shows that happened before this month were mostly comedy, and it's all sold out. Nothing in one day. They were selling out in one day. And we're talking, okay, the number is not massive, but I mean, we're talking about 5,000 to 10,000 capacity. It's a big number for here, so it's great. And the festivals, the expo tickets are selling super fast. Obviously, these ones don't go out of sale because it's a 6 month event, but Since they issued the tickets, it has been, they've issued a small number, and now they kept doubling that and tripling that every month almost. So yeah.
Cool. So appetite is strong.
And just a quick one. People tried to do virtual events, which we'll talk about, and it failed here. So that's how much people want to see the live experience. So yeah.
Yeah. Ben, I know just last week, was it last week that the governor in California announced reopening in mid-June? Do you want to kind of update us on the status?
So the Governor Newsom announced that there will be no restrictions and everything will be fully opened on June 12th or 15th, and I can't remember the exact date. So that's a really important pivot for everybody, or a moment to think about opening. It could be closed too, depending upon sort of the COVID levels. And but it is sort of sparking, what is the process of getting to be opened, and how do we get our artists ready to be opened? And in many ways, if you follow the restaurant scene, so goes then the music scene. So what they're doing to reopen restaurants is then sort of being adopted, in my mind, is being adopted then by the music industry. And what was really interesting about Los Angeles is that because it's such a decentered and large city, what this time period has allowed is sort of a lot more community organizing with all of the venues and all of the musicians groups. So for example, there was never sort of a service industry to serve the independent music venues in Los Angeles, and now a new one is being formed. So the ability to community organize and address these kinds of issues, but also to get new policy made about how music can open and wherever it needs to be open, is a really new update or upgrade in terms of how we think about our city.
Are you seeing like some new spaces being active? Sounds like that's something you kind of work in, and
I mean, this is the land of creativity, and what a real impact for Los Angeles has been the movement to sort of outdoor into parking lots and streets and parks. So I think that happens everywhere. And since we're a 4-season town, there's always the opportunity to do that. But what has really had an impact in my mind in terms of events is sort of the immersive theater scene and immersive culture, which really brings in together 3D technology and car drive-throughs and sort of really reimagining what the live experience is. So it's not just a venue and buying a ticket and watching a show. It's really kind of a 360 environmental experience. And of course, you can get that to some extent at existing venues. But the level of creativity that I'm seeing in the city is really interesting. So it's just taking what I think is what's exciting is that it's just reanimating space that was unused. And so and everyone is so hungry to participate, and artists are really yearning to perform and to be, exercise their creative muscles. It's an exciting new stew, that is for sure.
Real quick, one follow-up on the outdoor stuff. A lot of times, like outdoor events can be burdensome because it costs a lot because you have to build the stages from scratch and stuff. Do you see some new outdoor infrastructure kind of getting put in place through this?
One of the new muscles that are being developed by all of our venue managers. And there's this concept called sort of taking the areas around our music venues and turning them into entertainment districts, and working with our council members and their districts and say, we need to get rid of all the permitting process and loosen up the alcohol restrictions and say, let's create entertainment zones where people can buy a beer in a venue, walk on the street, and go to another venue. So this is a brand new concept for our city, and I think it's going to be transformative. I hope that it doesn't get bogged down with red tape, but there's a movement now to organize these really creative entertainment zones that sort of allow us to thrive and do it, as opposed to have red tape and policy prevent us from doing anything. So I think this is an emerging new development that I'm really excited about, and that can happen all over our city.
That's awesome. I know Boise's been doing some stuff a little bit like that, but I'm going to lean in on that. I think that's a great idea.
I think the best idea I've heard. Yeah. I have another idea I'm going to share in a little bit.
All right, great.
Really good. That's a really good development.
Laura, you have really interesting intersection with venues, and like you said, some of the other stuff you work with, and you don't run a particular venue or anything. And I'm kind of curious, kind of the different things you're seeing in Colorado. Both, it seems like things are opening up pretty quickly over there, right?
They are, yeah. So a big shift for us is that everything went from the state level to the county level last week. So that's good, depending on where you are and depending on your assessment of where we should be, because there's a wide variance across the states of where people are and how many people. There's a 20,000 cap festival, on the Western Slope. And it's not exactly the same on the Front Range here or in Denver. So, I think it's an interesting time of figuring out what's possible. We need to plan things a little bit in this industry. And I think that's been really difficult to do. And even still, there's a lot of questions out there, particularly with indoors, I think, and what the distancing means and what does that even mean? I mean, looking at a micro level, our rules can be different in Fort Collins than they are in Denver or Boulder, but then you have the same thing for national touring across the country where our rules could be different certainly from Wyoming's or from California's. So I think it's, figuring out how to get that national, synchronicity again, so we can sort of get things back in the flow. And that's some things that Neva has been working on as well. But for us, it's very much focusing on possible outdoor opportunities. I think that's, certainly doable. Unfortunately, unlike Ben, we're not a 4-season place when it comes to outdoors. It's a very short season. We just had snow yesterday. We'll probably have it again in a month, but soon, June, we can reliably do things outdoors. So that's what we're looking at. And then, thinking then again, trying to project into the fall when most venues are looking at reopening and what that could mean. And if that feels like a safe bet, it's also hard too, because our levels are not great as far as COVID at the moment. So you kind of have to balance loosening restrictions with also your sort of moral and ethical compass about what should be happening right now based upon what's going on in your particular geography. So there's some interesting things to contemplate at the moment, but it's certainly more hopeful than it was previously.
I think one thing that's kind of an interesting takeaway from where all of us are, and I think Elia touched on it a little bit with the virtual stuff, is what's interesting is even though there's a bunch of challenges still ahead for live events, like the momentum for them to happen again is pretty strong right now, right? And so it's a pretty cool testament to the I guess the industry, or the live experiences are going to find their way to still happen, right? It seems like. So you guys all
demand is there from audience and demand is there from artists. So yeah, it's just a question of making it happen, which is our job.
Yeah. And do you guys foresee any major changes to, anyone can chime in here, any major changes to live experiences? Like, are we all going to be wearing spacesuits in the future? Or do you think, it doesn't seem like it, but I was kind of curious. It seems like mostly we're just kind of going to come out the other side, pretty similar to where we were before. So.
I could say here in Dubai, so we have people who are either vaccinated or actually don't have to be vaccinated, but we all operate through an app by the government. And it shows if you did the PCR, DPI, and or vaccinated, basically. And from that point, where you can, move around. So for now, if you don't have the E thing, which is the vaccination, you're not allowed to enter governmental buildings. So, and now it's going to be way more stricter for people who doesn't get vaccinated. So what they're trying to do is probably this is going to be implemented in the events as well. To enter the venue or the arena or any or club even, you have to show that you are vaccinated. We are at 60% so far, if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully in the next few months, we don't have to use the app. Everybody can just go, it's mandatory to be vaccinated here. So yeah.
Not in America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wish. I think a lot of it's going to be managing comfort levels. It's less going to be about, making sure that there's a certain amount of distance and getting your maps out, as opposed to creating spaces for people that feel comfortable for them, because you're going to have your people packed in, standing at the front of the stage, and legally that's probably going to be allowed. But then you're going to have people that will not come and feel good in that sold out, packed in environment any longer. And we don't want them to be excluded from the events or limited to a stream or something like that. So I think rethinking capacity and space, not in the usual, how many people can we get in this room to make the most money, but how many people can we get in this room to make this event successful for the fans, all of the fans, no matter where they are. So I think that's something that should be considered.
So will like VIP sections be like socially distant sections, or maybe there's an option like that people can choose or something like that? Do you think that you could see
I
that?
love that you just created an upsell right there.
Or a VIP pod, right? And people
VIP,
can book like these little groupings, that's another, another thing to think about, or it's been a big conversation in Los Angeles, isn't just about how to be safe from COVID, but it's creating new safe spaces for communities. And there's a large conversation about some events that have happened in LA about how women are treated in these clubs and in venues. And so real negative treatment at all ages, performances. So I also think about, this is the moment that everyone's thinking about the new experiences about how anybody can go to an event and feel safe. And that, of course, you want women to feel safe. You don't want this aggressive, horrible behavior directed towards them by like drunk men or mostly drunk men. And but also that translates to the LGBTQ audiences, communities of color. And so this is that moment for that change. And a new thing, some new thinking that I'm really inspired by from some conversations I've just been recently having is there's a major institution in Los Angeles. I can't tell you who it is because, but I can tell you what they're doing because they're going to be announcing it themselves. So you're getting some sneak peek idea happening right here. And they have lots of music venues and really popular, important institution for the city of Los Angeles. And they are using this moment to sort of say, if you could change everything now, based on all of the sort of racial, cultural reckoning, social justice issues that we're dealing with, and we're looking at massive infrastructures and dismantling white supremacy models, if you could change it all, what would that be? And so they're inspired. They're using a book called The Art of Gathering by Priya Parker. And so their whole staff read this, and they're going to spend the whole year next year inviting artists, thinkers, and writers to reimagine every space in their venue about gathering. So it's really about audience gathering and what are the new ways to gather, as opposed to only sort of preferencing only what the end product is of an artist being on the stage. Of course, that's important, but it's going to open up the door in terms of us really rethinking the structures of our halls, of where people gather, how they come together. And if you sort of focus on that in a new way, how will that influence change across your city and across the field? So I'm excited to see what that's going to be over the course of the next year and sort of what everyone can glean in that new learning.
I really love that, because I think so much of what we've learned is, how much our spaces are community spaces and how much we've been supported by the communities, various venues across the country to help stay alive. So I think that's amazing. Thanks for sharing that, Ben.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think live events often can be good like testing grounds for new ideas like this. And we often are we naturally community leaders on a lot of these fronts. And so that's really great to hear that's happening down there. Definitely curious. I definitely think that's a conversation within like NEVA circles and stuff, Laura, like definitely a lot of conversation about independent venues as well. Just like if we're going to come back, how can we come back better, clean up some of the other issues that were involved? And I know, and Elia, is there anything else with what you see, how things are coming back over there? Are there any things like that you guys are addressing?
Yeah, so basically, one of the things that's happening here is obviously if you want to apply for a permit to do an event, now the authorities has to have all the details about the event, the capacity, how much people are going to be in, what's the measures that are being used that the government implemented before, like or mentioned, that the social distancing, the use of specific cups, that I don't know, it's weird things in events, but I mean the type of the spaces between the stage and the art and the people, also the artist, or even if the stage is small, the artist has to have like I think 3 meters or something away from each member. All this it has been going on. Will it keep going after this month? I don't know, but yeah, I prefer to have it at least for 2021, just to all be safe and not, especially because Expo is coming up, and this is going to be targeting probably 25 million people from abroad, and how to control this, I have no idea yet, but I'm sure we're all excited for this, and hopefully it's going to be successful, and it will show the comeback of events in the region here.
Great. We're going to have to be wrapping up soon. I just want to say thanks to Amplify for hosting conversations like this. I think one of the silver linings in the last year, not to overuse that phrase, but has been a lot of folks like ourselves getting the opportunity to connect with each other and talk about, like what Ben was sharing, other things like how we can make this industry better. And really, music is a natural connector, but that's the one cool weird thing about Zoom now is I think we're able to connect with people like Elia from so far away, and this has been really a great conversation. It's been good to get to know you guys a little bit. And, anybody else have anything else you'd like to?
I was going to say there's two really quick questions. One is for Elia, and then I'll quickly answer. The question is: Deep Tech LA Festival still stronger with community support in the city of LA? And my answer is I don't know. So, but a good question. I'll check it out.
Elia, do you see that?
Here in UAE, there's no income tax, and the corporate tax is only 5%. As a tourist or as an expat or resident, if you just go into a hotel, you obviously have to pay like 5% on your alcohol drinks. But as a haram tax, it's not a thing. I don't know from where they got that one. But if you buy your haram tax, let's put it this way, from the liquor store actually pay the taxes that you pay for hotels. So in the hotel, I mean. So yeah, that's not a thing.
Great.
Since I'm here, just thank you guys for having me. I think we're gonna wrap up. Sorry again for the music, but really, I'm honored to be among you guys. And hopefully, in the future, I'm gonna be meeting you, or you guys come here and we'll meet all together. Yeah.
Yeah, Elia, when's the next event that you have that we can all come? To?
There's a lot, man. But save up for September.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Laura, anything else?
No, thanks. Yeah, thanks to Amplify for having us and for bringing us together. And again, I think it's great that we can have these conversations around the world now. And thanks, Eric, for moderating.
I just echo all of the same comments as well, and a big shout out to Gigi for conceiving of this and making it happen and bringing the globe together on these conversations. So thank you.
Well, thank all of you for being here. We owe you immensely, and this was a great conversation. Lots of shout outs in the chat. So you all are all-stars, clearly, and we appreciate you. That will end this panel, but we will soon be moving on to our next one. And we do want to again thank the Creative Arkansas Community Hub and Exchange for their sponsorship of this panel. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, we're off.
Ready. Excellent. Welcome back. That was a great panel. I must admit, I'm a fangirl of Ben Johnson. We've done a lot of programs together live before the pandemic here in Los Angeles, looking at the future of music in LA. We're talking about the future of all sorts of things today, and I'm extremely excited about this panel. I nudged this one together, and I really love the people on it and the conversation, so I'm fangirling this one myself. This is session 23. It's Rethinking Space, Changing Roles of Real Estate and Single Purpose Spaces. And I'm going to introduce the fabulous Stan Renard, and he will introduce this great panel.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Gigi. I appreciate it. Great panel. Again, let me start by introducing everybody I have here. I have Adam Fowler, who is joining us here from LA with the Beacon Economics Group. And thank you for joining us, Adam. We have Kwande Kafense, who is the executive director of the radio station CKCU and an artist in his own right as an underground scene DJ. And I hope that he is going to share some of his insight into that space. And finally, last but not least, Louis-Étienne Dubois, who is a prof at Ryerson University in Toronto, even though he's joining us from the great outdoors of Quebec. Thanks all for joining us. And I guess we're going to start by, and I'm Dr. Stan Renard. I live in San Antonio, Texas. So we are four folks who come from two different kind of city and economy spaces, perhaps two larger city spaces such as Toronto and LA, and two smaller, musical ecosystems such as San Antonio and Ottawa. Yes. So why don't we start with Kwande? Kwande, tell us a little bit about your scene, the work you do, and how you are. How has the pandemic changed your dynamic in the space that you work in?
Yeah, I mean it's a good question because where I live in Ottawa, which is the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people, that's the indigenous people of this place who have stewarded it for like millennia. We here, or I should say, I guess my work here, is I have quite a spatial practice and several spatial practices. One of them is this underground sort of, as I said, DJ performance practice, which we've been doing for about 15 years, something called Time Code. And it's something that, in the context of our conversation here, single-use spaces, we have always had our club nights in spaces that were not nightclubs, partially because we wanted to avoid that exclusive nightclub label and sort of what comes with using that kind of a single purpose space. We would always find ourselves in restaurants, in social clubs, sort of like ethnic community social clubs, Pan-African social clubs, Greek social clubs. These kinds of spaces were always sort of like the kinds of spaces that we would inhabit to be doing our work in terms of producing these events and experiences. This is a station that's been around for 45 years. And so it has a very embedded and I would say traditional spatial practice as it relates to a broadcast. So people come to the studio, people come to the station, and that's how it happens. They come to the station, they go in the studio, they push the faders, they interact with, and now, because of the pandemic, we've had to really rethink the spatial practice of broadcasting and of how we think about our organization, because really we realized how much our organization was based off of people interacting in this space. And absent that space, what is our organization? How do we modernize our operations such that we can be an organization that doesn't have that kind of spatial core? And that's something that that's something that we're gonna have to think about, even not just now in terms of the way we use our space now, but in the future as we develop new space. Because I don't think we're gonna want a kind of single purpose we're just in a radio station kind of space. We're going to want to connect it with more uses to make it more sustainable. So I'll leave it there and just sort of like to speak to those two components of the work.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kwande. I appreciate it. I guess I'm going to turn to Louis Etienne right now because he has some power outage going on, and he probably, I'm worried that maybe his battery is not going to last much longer. So let's utilize his time while we can. So Louis Etienne, tell us a little bit about your work, as an academic, writing about the creative ecosystem, the urban development tied to maybe the venue space, as well as what is going on in Toronto, and finally the last piece. I know that you have one of these connected to Cirque du Soleil and that entire group in Montreal, and I'd love for you to share a little bit about insight about what's going on there as well.
Well, I mean, when it comes to Toronto, I mean, we've been working with the venue owners, venue managers for a few months now. We had this initiative that we called Lights On, in which the different partners, including the largest venue in Toronto, which is it used to be called the Sony Center. Now I believe it's the Meridian Center of the Arts for the Arts. So that's the biggest venue that we have, but also kind of smaller venues, underground venues, working with the city of Toronto as well on this. So I can tell you at the moment, not much is happening because because the rules and the legislation doesn't allow for it, not even rehearsal. So a lot of the venues are effectively shut down. Many won't reopen. And they won't reopen. The pandemic was maybe the last nail in the coffin, but really those venues have been under a tremendous amount of pressure in the last few years because of a really, really hot real estate market that is looking at building more office space and condo buildings. So those smaller venues were closing to begin with. And the fear is that coming out of this pandemic, there won't be any venues left to support a thriving underground scene that is essential for that ecosystem and for emerging artists to be able to break out. So that is a big concern. The bigger venues, I mean, again, because no one is allowed within those spaces, the bigger venues are at the moment investing on HVAC systems, just developing better quality of air systems and standards. So they're using that time to rethink their space, repurpose their space, upgrade, because I mean the audience will be expecting those sort of norms and standards coming out of the pandemic. So the big ones can't afford. Again, the fear is on the small ones. And interestingly, I had this call this morning with the city of Toronto, and we're looking at is there a way that we can help some of the smaller venues by getting a better prices on these upgrades by making just a kind of bulk purchases for smaller venues, right? Because there is some government assistance, there is some government money to help those venues. But the small guys are going to have a lot of, they don't have much of bargaining power and may not get a lot for their money. So that's one thing that we're looking at doing. You mentioned Cirque du Soleil, and because this is a panel on venue and space, I will just tell you this. One of the things we've been seeing at Cirque du Soleil, it's like many entertainment companies, they're extremely secretive. We have seen them over the last few months change and open up to their ecosystem. So we have seen them, for instance, open up their studios and rehearsal spaces to any circus artist in the Montreal area, which is something that Cirque has never done, right? So, just looking at these larger organizations trying to maybe move into that space of trying to help the underground or emerging artists is really, really interesting, and seeing that there is some capacity there that is underutilized and that could be put towards a better purpose. We've seen this. There's this large venue in Montreal called Place des Arts as well. So Place des Arts, it's not something that is accessible or affordable for emerging artists, but they've been also giving time and opening their doors to support smaller actors in that ecosystem. So that's interesting. So I think this is something we're going to see in the coming months and coming out of this pandemic, is that those who survived, those who had the financial means to survive, will look at ways to support their ecosystem by, again, sharing that space that they've been using for themselves for so long.
Thank you, Louis-Etienne. Let's move on to Adam. Adam, you are our economics expert here on this panel. I know that when we prepared for this talk, we talked about first the LA ecosystem, and I want you certainly to tell us about that and what's going on in your city, but also to tell us a little bit about that. That close tie in between the movie studios and the film industry and the music sector, and what has been happening there as well. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are a firm that focuses on the creative economy and the ecosystems in a lot of different areas. And music and its relationship to film, digital media, other forms is really important. I think in Los Angeles, there were a lot of obstacles before the pandemic. With so many other challenges, this is another example of trends either being kind of fast forwarded or existing challenges being brought to light a little more in a little more bright way. In Los Angeles, as in many cities, we look at a lot of the kind of normal indicators. So employment, patents in these spaces, a lot of things. One of the interesting things that we have been raising a red flag about for a long time and been a little bit frustrated with the economic work done in this space is around the policy of the regulatory infrastructure. So in Los Angeles, for example, maybe we think about the Sunset Strip. The Sunset Strip had challenges where a lot of those venues, because of local regulatory structures, were making their revenue from billboards much more than music programming. We in Los Angeles, space is so important, but how we approach it is generally not very well tethered to market activity. So when we were talking about like the market around what the future of an independent radio station looks like, maybe that's you're factoring in variables around talent. What is the generational talent needs? What kind of spaces do they want to work in? What are the rental, what does the organization look like? And one of the interesting things is the regulatory infrastructure is oftentimes frozen in amber in a previous economic period. So, all the questions about gig work, that is because the systems are for a different type of work. The same thing with space is going to become very apparent very quickly. We have per capita in the United States a glut of retail compared to any other comparable GDP producing nation. In Los Angeles, we have office, we have retail, and we have very little space that is allowed to be flexible as the music environment evolves. So when restaurants are able to open, there would be challenges, right? Everybody, the restaurants were the first thing. We went through all the red tape, got them outdoors, retook the curbs. But when it came to maybe an acoustic performance, joining them, that's an entire other regulatory infrastructure that often doesn't talk to the health department, for example, in Los Angeles. What we fear is that a lot of office, mixed use, retail isn't going to be able to be adapted to the needs of the creative industries writ large, whether it's the underground scene since, the Ghost Ship fire in Oakland. The regulatory infrastructure has tried a kind of a CYA, like not my area. I'm not like when we look and see market demand for these types of events, bringing diverse voices in through those pipelines, that's a real problem, right? We're not actually making investment legal. Another example, we think about Los Angeles, you think about the heyday of Laurel Canyon and all those in-home studios. There are actually the regulatory framework around those, most of those are illegal, right? There's been a lot of good reporting on like that ecosystem is actually off the books. And oftentimes the wealthier folks that are able to invest in that home infrastructure are the ones that are able to now navigate any sort of legal challenges. So in Los Angeles and a lot of bigger cities, we need to legalize the space to bring together where the market is going. We can show all the data on Spotify subscriptions, the kind of demand side. But on the supply side, we are artificially constraining that opportunity in so many different forms. And I think it is an area that is overlooked in a lot of the data analysis around this space. You know, there's a lot of reports how to make your city the next Austin, but they don't go into the logistics. And even for the cost of nonprofits, right? Like if a city wants to do good, put some incubation space together, or nonprofit radio stations, they're still tenants. They're still commercial tenants, just like Warner Music, like just like any big pocketed. And so all the money we throw at it when there is a lack of supply, it ends up going to their rent. And so like we're not cultivating our bang for our public dollar is not being used in such an important way. So that's a challenge we're really thinking about working on and kind of banging that drum really hard right now.
Wow. You gave us a lot to think about here, Adam. Thank you so much for sharing that insight with us. I'm going to now.
Yeah, jump in on that for a second, just because what Adam said is something that resonates with me. Prior to being executive director at this station, I worked as the cultural industries development officer for the city of Ottawa, doing a lot of the kind of work that Adam was talking about in terms of trying to make the connections between these different, policy, silos within the municipality to ensure that these industries are able to develop and thrive, because each of them have dynamics that, as was said, not just market dynamics in terms of consumption, but spatial dynamics as far as production. And understanding that is a critical thing, and it's something that in addition to sort of doing that work with the city, I also did some research in my it was a master's that I did it was an architecture-based master's in space syntax, which really focused on the configuration of sort of cultural ecosystems and value chains. And there are distinct spatial patterns of these, or I guess there are distinct spatial patterns of production. And without taking those into account, it's difficult to, as Adam said, maximize what's possible in terms of these resources that are in community.
Mm-hmm. Louis-Etienne, do you want to chime in on that as well?
Well, it sounds like you were going to follow up with a question, so I'll let you ask a question.
All right, I'll do that. Okay, so we understand that part of the venue space is also the touring aspect of the business we're in, right? And just quoting Kwande on this one, we're very much in a network-based industry, and so we have limitations right now for touring. How are you seeing getting beyond that limitation or dealing with it either in the short term or the longer term? How are you seeing this evolve? Let's start with Adam.
I think leveraging your resources locally is going to be very important. Touring has been a backbone. I think it's been, when folks talk about, oh, we don't get the return on the CD sales anymore, you have to do the live production. We all know that narrative. I think looking internally as maybe like you've got to lean on your local resources, your local assets, your local talent more regularly in a period of closed community that a respiratory virus like this makes us all lean on. I think for us, again, we're beginning to think about leveraging new data, right? So when you look at the rise of Bandcamp or Spotify's data on where talent is, connecting talent to opportunities in local areas, we think is very important. Now, it's not only in like the formal kind of music space, but you think about graphic design, you think about video production, you think about a lot of the kind of creative occupations. There is a lot of opportunity in existing other industries. So if you think about the law firm that needs video and maybe some audio work done, music, some composing done for some of their online connecting those folks there that are locally, I think gives an opportunity outside of the performances that folks just aren't taking advantage of right now. When we look at the number of talented bands that are here in Los Angeles and the connections that are being made, the convening activity, we just don't see enough of it happening. And I think there's a pent-up demand for plugging those folks into opportunities in a world that we have to kind of stay local.
Awesome. Louis Etienne.
Well, touring is an interesting one, Stan, on many levels. One of the things we were seeing before the pandemic is companies trying to, or bands, or, if I look at an organization like Cirque du Soleil, trying to optimize their routes a little bit better, right? It made little sense for a company to go from, if I just look at Allegria that last year, that went from Montreal to Toronto, then to Florida, and then I believe the next date was Boston or Chicago, right? So it's going all over the place, and there was kind of a footprint or sustainability issue behind that. Now the issue is, even if you're trying to do a little bit better in terms of touring, you may have less venues in which you can perform. You may have to compete with also, everybody else who's trying to get a date or a venue booked when things reopen. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. But I can see a lot of challenges. Obviously, in Canada, touring is a big issue because, for one, our borders with the States are still closed, and look like they're going to be closed for the summer. So already we're seeing some cancellations. Big festivals, Osheaga again was canceled this week. So big events, and in part because, one, the bands can't come. Or if they come, they would have to quarantine, but then they're booked somewhere else, so that's not going to work. But two, the tourists, potential festival goers are just not allowed to come as well. So until those borders remain closed and regulations remain in full force, I don't see a lot of action or tours in Canada at least.
Awesome, thank you, Kwande.
And I think that, for me, this is something that I recall that harkens back to when I was working in government. I would always, recognizing that economic development is primarily about export-based development, and sort of like the idea of things from out, selling stuff from in here to out there. And sort of like the idea that there's more out there than there is in here. So we should be trying to orient our product towards out there. Mm-hmm. And, I was always someone who would beat the drum around local income capture based strategies, because I just saw that, like, well, yeah, obviously there's a lot out there, but it's like, I always felt like, there's a real value in developing also strategies that are really targeted internally. And I think that that's where things are going to have to go for the next little bit, like really understanding local markets and developing local income capture based economic development strategies. And not only that, like just development strategies as organizations. Mm-hmm. And so, I think that will have a significant effect, obviously, as we talked about, as we said, on the way that critical components of things like space are consumed. And so,
So we just have about 5 minutes left on this panel, and since we're talking about rethinking space, I know we didn't discuss this in our warm-up call for this conversation, but since I'm listening to you guys talk, I'm thinking, what about cyberspace as a space for the work that we do? Kwande, do you want to give us your 2 bits on that?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, that's one of the most interesting areas for us right now as a media organization that's really rethinking ourselves and thinking about, how do we create an organization that exists in cyberspace, in a different but connected way to the way that we existed as a physical organization. We have a network of over 150 volunteers in over 10 different languages, 20 different ethnicities that all sort of use this space and connected through this space. And we have to be able to find a way to do that, online in a way that is, safe, that they're not getting advertised at, that that it's actually a real, that we can really simulate the dynamics of convening. Mm-hmm. And that's something that, is an interesting challenge that I'm really looking forward to in the cyberspace area. And another one, just connected to that is, we talked a little bit about, one of the other values of space is the way that it captures value. And so one of the cool things about touring is that when people come into a city, there's all this ancillary value that, they spend on hotels, they spend on all this other stuff, and the money gets spread around and so on and so forth. And so it's also about using the digital world as what ways in the digital world can we be capturing that kind of value? How can we be using the digital world to capture value for localities? Mm-hmm. So that's another thing that I'm thinking about.
Right. So Louis Etienne, if you could chime in on that, but also in terms of, using the cyberspace and maybe not have that limit of production that perhaps the physical space has, but also the ability to scale the work that we do. Do you want to maybe share your insights into that topic?
Yeah, one of the things we've been seeing, a lot of venues have kind of repurposed themselves into these studios for virtual recording, virtual productions. Again, one thing that's happening is that those venues are not being used because you can't even be in a space to record or to rehearse. So kind of that experiment is a little bit stalled. I think moving forward, a lot of organizations or artists that experience with this format will be using it as a kind of a supplement to their other offerings, as something that they can add as an additional revenue streams in terms of business model. But I don't see it replacing or kind of just shifting where that, for instance, just the music industry, increasingly reliant on these concerts in terms of generating the bulk of their income. So I don't see it replacing it. I don't see, again, it's good. You may be able to reach some more people, but I think the audience will be looking forward to go back to a live concert and to get that experience again. If I just look not that far back for a city like Toronto, SARS didn't have much of an impact in terms of what it changed in terms of practices on site, nor in terms of audience. So, if we manage to bounce back from SARS, I think we can bounce back from COVID. 9/11 had more of an impact in terms of security processes around the event and crowd management. So I think I'm expecting some sort of changes along those lines in terms of sanitation, the same way 9/11 had an impact in terms of security. Mm-hmm. But people are still going to be looking for that live experience. So good if they can add some virtual component to it, but not to the point of replacing it.
Awesome. Adam, do you want to chime in? We just have about a minute and a half left, so it's all yours.
Sure. I think I'll put the economist hat on. I think to make these cases, I think supplementing is going to be very important. That entrepreneurial activity is going to be really key, especially in these creative spaces. The thing is, in order to make the case to workforce development boards, to economic developers, you have to have data. And when it comes to 1099 work, contract work, self-employed work, that data is quite miserably hard to put together. So everybody will look at what the payroll numbers are. That is tethered to where your office zip code, where your check comes from. And that may not be where you're working. And I think we're pushing hard with the new administration federally in the United States to make sure that we get a better read. There are a lot of folks that have really important income streams from things like Etsy, from a lot of these music platforms. We've seen it. And that is not being folded into the formal economic development strategy. And there's a lot of entrepreneurial services in standing up those types of businesses that we need to make available to folks as they look to like supplement the old with a foot in the new.
Awesome. I want to thank you all for joining us. This was just a great panel. It's been a pleasure for me to get to meet all of you on a personal note. And I know that Storm has something to add to all of this. Storm.
Well, I will add, I'll echo the comment in the chat. This has been a fascinating conversation. Really great stuff here. So applause to all of you all. And thank you, Stan, for leading the panel. This is break time. We're going to go to a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 15 till the hour. While you're out on break, and just a reminder that we do have the expo space and the people section. So spend some time networking and seeing the wares of our sponsors, etc. And we'll see you back again 15 till the hour.
Thank you, Storm.
Welcome back. We've had some great conversations so far today, and we are then moving from real estate in space and place. Was a great series of conversations, and great conversations happening as well in Hopin. So glad you guys are having all of those different fibers connected together. Thanks for those of you who are watching us on YouTube live stream or on amplifymusic.org live stream. We've got a great continuing conversation and threads happening in Hopin, and I'm really excited to be sharing this panel. We actually have, I think we have 3 panels in a row before our next break, and also stay tuned today at the end of the day, which is 1:25 p.m. Pacific time. We have a mixer and networking, so we can even further continue this conversation. And one more tidbit from this panel, we're going to be dropping in the Hopin chat a Google form if you would like to be part of the continuing conversation after the event. Watch out for that dropping in the space. But let me share here. We have session 24, Rethinking Social Safety Nets and Shared Support. And I'm going to kick this off to Liz Sunday.
Hey, everybody. Thanks. Thanks to the organizers. Thanks to my fellow panelists. It is so great to be here. So Liz Stuckey Sunday, I am the executive director and co-founder of Music to Life, which was co-founded with my dad, who some of you might know as Noel Paul Stuckey of the folk trio Peter, Paul, and Mary. And we created the organization to build activism through music. So we work with musicians of all genres and all social justice passions around the country, and we connect them with the resources and the partners and the mentors that they need to actually develop collaborative sort of music-driven projects in their communities that really move the needle around the issues of our time. And the artists that we're working with these days really fall into kind of 3 categories. We work with, on the one hand, artists that are just starting to test the waters around social change and kind of, what does that mean? What does that look like? And that's sort of those are our accelerator artists. Our accelerator is an incubator program for social change musicians, again, that really want to take kind of an entrepreneurial approach to social change instead of always giving away their work and kind of sacrificing their gig work for community work. We're really trying to put them in touch, get them trained as, program developers and grant writers and, strategic thinkers around their social change so that they're really having an impact. And when they go into the prisons or the immigration advocacy centers or, wherever they're going. So there's that. We also work with kind of mid-career artists who are sort of established in this area of social impact. And we offer a monthly platform. It's called Brave Troubadours, where they can kind of showcase their music, showcase their programs. We have a tip jar. We really sort of use that as a promotional platform. And then we work with notable social change artists sort of at the celebrity or legacy level, connecting those artists, again, sort of seasoned social change artists with all of the other artists in our network. So we're really kind of, we close the circle that way, and we're really building a family, I think, and an incredibly kind of energized and intentional community around how music, beyond just a benefit concert, beyond just, a rally, all of which is important, but we're really pushing this notion that musicians can be entrepreneurial change agents, and that's a way to sustain the change. So that is what we are all about. Really, really happy to be here. Thanks.
Thanks, Liz. I'll jump in next. My name is Spencer Townsend Hughes. I am co-founder of an organization called Music Minds Matter, where we focus on the brain health and the mental wellness of music communities everywhere. We were established, we actually became a 501c3 1 year ago last week, which is really exciting. But we started with some mental wellness meetups. I also play music locally in Denver, Colorado with a band called The Hollow. And we started these mental wellness meetups essentially out of necessity. I had kind of one of those crises where it was, I'm sure all musicians have it, probably multiple times, but the idea of like, why am I doing this? Why am I writing music? Why do I want to do this for a living? Who's going to listen to my music? Things like that. So I started a support group of sorts in the Denver music scene to just have people gather once a month and kind of share some frustrations with the industry or the scene specifically, but then also share successes that they've had, because I think that being a champion of mental health, it's important to celebrate the successes as well. And the conversation doesn't always have to center around the challenges. And I became a mental health first aid instructor just over a year and a half ago. So far, we've been able to certify just about 100 folks through our organization, with more on the horizon. We're really focusing on our relationships with labels and artist-facing folks so that we can get them trained in mental health first aid, which is essentially how to handle and de-escalate a crisis situation that someone might be having as it pertains to mental health. So again, focusing on our label connections, our A&R connections, our artist-facing folks, to get them the education so that if musicians who will inevitably have a mental health crisis, they'll have the education in order to help facilitate those conversations and de-escalate. So very grateful to be here, and looking forward to the discussion.
Hi, hello, my name is Nurit, and I am the Executive Director of the Music Forward Foundation. We were birthed nearly 30 years ago as the International House of Blues Foundation, promoting cultural understanding, knowledge, and respect of the Black community's integral contribution to music and culture. And we were rooted in the House of Blues tenets of unity in diversity, help ever, hurt never. Today, as the Music Forward Foundation, we are squarely focused on workforce development, still with legacy programs and connected to those core beliefs. We transform young lives, inspire careers, and champion a more inclusive music industry. And we are dedicated to breaking the barriers of gender, poverty, and race to enter the music industry. We offer programs, performance opportunities, panels, and curriculum as we bridge our communities to the music industry, empower ambition, and really redefine what is possible for the youth as well as the industry that we serve. We've been proud for the past year to be running the Crew Nation Fund, a global relief fund for live music, venue, festival, and touring crew members. And we were brought along as the nonprofit partner. Live Nation tapped us early from the start to help navigate the logistics and management of this fund. And the crews that we rely on to power live music are vital to the industry and therefore a critical part of the Music Forward's family. And I've just been actually excited by the energy and movement on building pathways into the industry, the energy that we've been feeling over this past year to building a more healthier, empathetic, and humanistic industry rooted in diversity and equity. And I'm excited to be on this panel today and speaking with these excellent folks here.
Good morning, y'all. Good afternoon if you're on the East Coast. My name is Renard Bridgewater, the Community Engagement Coordinator for the Music and Culture Coalition of New Orleans. We are a nonprofit based in the city for the last 8 years that works at the intersection of social justice, culture, and policy. That's a very formalized way of saying that we mainly organize with, and advocate on the behalf of New Orleans-based musicians, street performers, and culture bearers to be able to push policies that are going to help compared to hinder the artistic and cultural practices and activity of those individuals. Over the past several years, we've certainly done our fair share of work from a policy standpoint to be able to put into practice a sound ordinance that is going to be able to benefit, music and culture within the city, our neighborhood bars that host live music and things of that nature. Last March, we pivoted from that work to be able to provide direct assistance to those individuals. Within that time period, we've been blessed to be able to provide over $240,000 in direct monies to musicians, visual artists, street performers, Black, Mexican, Indians, et cetera. And that equates to about 661 folks within that money. We've also worked to be able to provide direct public input of those various stakeholders, to our city agencies like the Office of Culture Economy, the Department of Safety and Permits, as well as the Health Department. Certainly that's important during this pandemic. And also working to put together with other arts and cultural organizations in the city, community sessions. So virtual gatherings where we tackle everything from unemployment assistance to, rental benefits, taxes, food drives, et cetera. We just mainly are working over the past year to be able to get as much information into the hands of our cultural community members at this time so that they can keep those dollars circulating over the past year and certainly into the future, right? Since that's kind of what we're talking about within this panel. And then lastly, one of the things that I'm very proud about that we've been working on is I am the chair of the Reopen Every Venue Safely initiative in New Orleans, our musicians working group. Shout out to all my folks who may be in the room right now from the other 10 cities. So just mainly working to be able to help our musicians understand their value, their worth as they do go back to work and start operating within indoor spaces as well as working to combine what does outdoor live entertainment and performances look like at this time as well going into the future. So thank you. Looking forward to this discussion and conversation.
Oh my stars. We got ourselves a nice little group here, don't we? This is great. And full disclosure, we had a conversation with each other on Wednesday and it went for an hour. It was awesome. So grateful to be here with these panelists and again with Amplify Music. So from my understanding, we have the Rethinking Social Safety Nets and Shared Support. And it says here in the description of this specific panel that the session will look deeper into what makes local music so vital to a community's support system. Something that we had been talking about on Wednesday was it's incredible the recognition that the arts and entertainment world was given or that they received since the pandemic, right? So I think that it was, I don't want to say undervalued. As a musician, maybe I could say that at times before the pandemic, but we saw a lot of kind of desperation and need for the arts and entertainments and live music. And so Renard, I would love to, I asked this question on Wednesday and I don't think that we actually got to it in order to answer it. But I mean, certainly the pandemic has shifted everything. It shifted the music industry entirely. What has that looked like for you in New Orleans, and how were you able to persevere? And then what does it look like? What do those safety supports, those safety nets look like moving forward?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Serendipitously enough, I had my first gig in 14 months yesterday. So, what I've been looking to do and just communicate with other musicians about what does that look like, right? When they do go back to work, and to some degrees, some folks are hesitant about going into indoor spaces, and rightfully so. So I think what we've looked to do in regards to those safety nets, those social safety nets is to be transparent in the communication and really just listen. I think that's kind of where I like to start. Instead of necessarily talking, I prefer to kind of take less space, right? And then move back and then hear from, folks that are gigging more, folks that are on the ground in certain situations, if you're street performers and things of that nature, and be able to get a bird's eye view and their perspective specifically about what's going on within their communities and within the spaces that they're performing in, and then being able to advocate more directly to the folks that are passing this legislation, to the folks that are, putting in these emergency powers that are going to allow music and culture to continue foster and hopefully get back to where it was prior to the pandemic. So I definitely move in a way that, as Narit was saying earlier, being from an empathy standpoint and wanted to be able to open myself up to listening to what's going on. And just trying to take it one day at a time. Unfortunately, in New Orleans, we've dealt with so many different crises and emergencies over the past several years. And for me, the pandemic to some degree reminds me, unfortunately, of Katrina, right? So putting myself in that mentality to be able to take it literally 1 hour at a time, that's what was happening this time last year in April of 2020, right? And then hopefully and slowly but surely moving up to that day by day process, and seeing how, being able to, even though we're in quarantine, to speak to folks and to be able to get out as much as possible and stay physically distanced, but at the same time to continue what we've been doing in this city for centuries, and perpetuating culture and being able to gather in a way that's safely, but also at the same time continues what's going on in a safe way. So I think that's probably the best way, and one of the most effective and intentional ways that I've been trying to persevere more or less over the past year or so.
I love that. It's that concept of being kind to yourself and being patient. I think if the pandemic has taught us anything, it has been patience and compassion, I think, at least for me, to be able to step back and recognize my situation. And, I'm in a pretty good place, and there's a lot of people who have it a lot worse than I do. And so trying to be that presence for people and be that shoulder for people, I think you're absolutely right. And Nurit, you had, it was wonderful what Renard was mentioning, back to what you were saying about that empathy and that compassion. What have you seen in your, within your audience specifically, how the pandemic has kind of altered everyone's life, and then what that safety net and those support structures look like moving forward?
Right. Well, it's interesting, from the next generation side and the young people and the youth that we work with, versus also the crew people and the more seasoned folks that have been in the industry for many years. I think in the past year, what we saw was not only the pandemic, but the racial reckoning that this country has been going through and needs to continue to move through, that it's triggered advocacy. And it also links a lot, Liz, with the work that you're doing, and how do you advocate for the needs and your community needs, and for the creative economy as a whole, and how together we can work through that. From the Crew Nation side, we have seen folks start stepping out of the industry completely to find a more secure place to. We've also seen healthcare. When I look at the map globally, we're going to have to, as a community, with the growing number of gig workers in our space, and how do we support them, and really our entire economy. And so there are a number of things that have triggered around creating social networks and safety nets for our communities that we have seen during this time, that I hope we don't snap back to what we feel like we've done before, but that we actually start embedding and baking this learning into our work and into our infrastructures.
I love that. It's the concept of, it's not the new normal, it's the next normal, right? Like being able to completely pivot, because to be perfectly candid, I don't think everything was, sunshine and rainbows in the music industry leading up to this. I think there was a lot of gaps, a lot of holes in the industry that were kind of bled through. The pandemic kind of showed those kind of true colors, and I'm hoping that there is kind of some massive, as you were saying, Nurit, about the crews, like the people behind the scenes, the people that make this happen, that make these shows work and make live shows work. They were essentially hung out to dry. And so again, I think moving forward, there's going to have to be some massive reform. There's going to have to be some massive change. And so Liz, how do you see your work changing? How did the pandemic change your work? And what do some of these supports look like for you moving forward?
Yeah, boy, what an interesting year. So because we launched a couple of our accelerator pilots last year in Texas and Northern New England, and had always intended for them to have an online component. But of course, and because we had that background, it was a very easy pivot for us to just keep going. But a few things just observing, and so these are heavy duty. This is a heavy duty program. I mean, artists commit to a couple of sort of intensive instructional sessions every month. They're doing peer-to-peer mentoring. They're doing, they're getting outside mentoring. And something that we all realized is the mental health. I mean, this, Spencer, as well as all of us, mental health, the support networks became really, really important. And there we were for them. So it was an incredible, so moving forward, I think what artists have learned through, the artists certainly that we've worked with is it's really important to find those kinds of networks and to take advantage of those networks. It's really important to find people that are like-minded. And I think that was the other thing that was very reinforcing to our work is it can be hard for artists to find fellow social change artists. And so making sure that there are ways for you to kind of track those folks down who are kind of passionate in the way you are and who want to do that kind of work. So that was a big thing. And then I think learning that we could do business not as usual. I think there was incredible mourning over, venues that had been almost like their mom and pop coffee houses, right? That suddenly were like, oh my gosh, wait, you're leaving, you're closing, are you coming back? Like there was this whole grieving process, right? That we were all sort of supporting each other through. And that gave us an opportunity to say, all right, darn it, well, how else are we going to then step in to our communities, right? So it was sort of perfect kind of motivation for the work that we do, because what we're saying is you can still be a community player. You may not be playing in a venue. What you might be doing is collaborating with that opioid clinic down the street or the youth center, and together, which is also hard for artists because they are solopreneurs, right? They really are. They're sort of like, wait, collaboration, what is that? Wait, I'm supposed to do it all myself, right? So nurturing that sense of like, we're all going to, collaborate together. So there's that. And then the third thing I think is this notion of we can do it online, because we pushed them. We said, you guys are going to have pilots. You have these concepts. You want to go into the prisons. You want to work with immigration. You are going to create a pilot online. And they were like, what? I don't do that. I do live stuff. I don't, but to work with them around what that would mean and how that would look, and to have them actually, hey, in some cases there were 3 kids on the line, or, like it wasn't huge, but they got over that little hump of, okay, there is another dimension to my work that I can take advantage of and have in my back pocket if this ever came out again, right? So those are a few things.
I really appreciate that that idea, that concept of what is it called? Oh, community. Like something again that we were all talking about on Wednesday is, talking about tangibles, right? Like what are some takeaways? What are some things that we can encourage some of the viewers who are watching this panel specifically? Like, let's give them action items, right? And Liz, as you mentioned before, the concept of like bands kind of being that solopreneur, or like, we were presented this opportunity. We have a literal stage and a platform to stand up and talk about all of these things that are terribly important to us. But there is some of the fear too about like, well, we might lose fans over this if we get like too political in what we're talking about. And I think, again, something that the pandemic provided was creative people getting more creative in how they get their music and their art out, and then being able to stand up for like social justice and things that are important to them, policies and politics, mental health for us. Like we've been talking about more than advocating for mental health. So being those change agents, as I've heard before, which has also been really exciting. And I think, again, it's been the pandemic has provided a platform for all of us to pivot. And so I really do think that now musicians are starting to come together and using their voices for more than just like being up on stage and like, look at me kind of stuff,
Yeah, and I think also to just riff a little on what you were saying around some tangible tools too, for musicians to be aware of their world, and for venues and for the creative economy to understand the world around them. Particularly, Renard, you alluded to the civic world around them, to the government structures, local neighborhood policies. as communities are trying to looking for ways to drive economic recovery in their neighborhoods, how can local venues and arts organizations and individual musicians play a role in that? How can musicians activate around business improvement districts and chambers of commerce? How can artists be at the table in those conversations, and the arts as an anchor for their work and a driver for the economic vitality of that community? Get involved, stay awake.
Preach. I love that. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And I know, so we have about 5 minutes left. And again, something that came up was community, right? So, 2 minutes left. So now, and I'll start with you, Renard, and briefly, what is something that we can do to continue to build community in our music and arts?
Yeah, I think to quickly answer that, start small. It seems like a very big idea, but I think at the end of the day, if we're still going to be operating within a virtual world, hit up some of your bandmates, hit up, 2 or 3 folks that you may know from the venue or from the service industry side of things, and get together either, in an outdoor space or in the Zoom world, and just being able to talk through those processes and some of the things that you may and then develop an action plan, right? So I don't think it necessarily has to be something that is overtly expansive. Certainly 3 to 5 folks can certainly turn into 10 and 20 very quickly with the right mindset, mentality, and being able to move forward in a way that's, once again, effective and intentional. So it's nothing wrong with doing that, doing your homework and disseminating that information to your peers and colleagues. And then from there, once folks are educated and informed, from my standpoint, you can take over the world. So.
Absolutely. My co-founder, Angela, speaks in fortune cookies sometimes, and she says, the best draft is the first draft because all it has to do is exist. So your concept of starting small, it's like just get together with a couple of people first and then let it bloom from there. Liz, what would you say? How can we continue
just
to
know
build
that there
community?
are opportunities out there, like that think out of the box. It's sort of try. You're all creative, and you're all incredible DIY folks anyway. And so just keep your eyes open for opportunities. I actually, this morning I was thinking, engage an artist in the community, and you heal the community and the artist. So yeah.
Wow, I love that. I'm glad this is being recorded so that I can write that down later. That's perfect. Nurit, what would you say?
Renard made me think of that quote. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I think that is something that we've all seen. And I want to encourage all of us to continue to do this together and to have the patience to do it right.
Thank you for that. And Storm, lastly, I just want to get 2 cents in is I think something that we can all, instead of being advocates for, I think we can really put some things into action. And like Liz said, is find out what those local organizations are that you can help in. And also we can really practice self-care and being kind to ourselves, that the community grows if we show patience and compassion and understanding for folks. So really just practicing being better people. And I think our communities will grow bigger, better, and stronger.
Awesome. Oh, what a great conversation. What a great panel. Thank you all so much. And I'm sure I speak for everyone here. So that concludes this session. And before we move on to the next one, I just want to remind everyone that this group has provided a form. It's the link is there in the hop-in chat and also in the YouTube notes for you to join in the rest of the conversation with this group. So use that Google Doc. And that's it for this session. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back. That was a highly thought-provoking panel. We have 3 in a row here, so excited about that. We're going to be having 2 panels and then a break. But please stay tuned for the rest of the day that we also have a mixer and networking sessions starting later in the day. Let me also take a moment, I hate to take people's time out of this, but a moment just to let you know that a lot of this work is by the help of our sponsors to be able to create a free event for you all. We have 2 research sponsors. One of them is quite pertinent for the conversation we're about to have, that the Music and Entertainment Industry Educators Association brings us some of the fabulous folks on the next panel. They're one of our research sponsors for MIA, and then the UCLA Herb Alpert School of Music pays a little bit of my paycheck, but they also help support the research of this. So I'm glad to bring you this next great panel. This is session 25, Rethinking Music Jobs. And Armin, I'm already going to mess it up. Show me in. Show me the Armin. Armin, show us the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gigi and the gang at Amplify. It's been amazing so far. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you, depending on what time zone you're joining us from. My name is Armin Shaumian, and I'm an associate professor of entertainment management at the University of South Carolina. I'm also currently serving as president of MIA, which is the Music and Entertainment Industry Educators Association, and we are a proud partner of this Amplify Music Conference. I'm very excited to be joined by 3 incredible movers and shakers in our industry today. And I'm just going to start off the way I see it on my screen. First off is Miss Nancy Tarr. She is executive director of the Well Done Foundation based in New York State. And then we have Emily White. She's partner at Collective Entertainment and author and host of the podcast titled How to Build a Sustainable Music Career and Collect All Revenue Streams. And last but certainly not least, we have Ms. Tamar Koperlian, and she is the founder and CEO of the Navak Collective and the Navak Foundation based in New York. So thank you all for being on this panel today. I'd like to start off with a question now that we're a year into this pandemic and things are slowly and cautiously looking more optimistic. Will music industry careers and jobs look the same as before? Any thoughts on that?
I mean, I can start. I mean, definitely not, because everyone is, working from home and more comfortable with kind of a hybrid model. Obviously, the live industry has been horribly shut down for so long. At the same time, there's been a lot of investment and opportunity in webcasts. But yeah, I think one of the biggest shifts is remote learning. I just had a colleague reach out to me about a job opening to share with interns and things like that. And they're based in New York, but it said totally open to remote. And I don't think that would have been the case prior to the pandemic. So I do think in some ways it's opened up a lot of opportunities where you don't necessarily have to live in expensive cities like New York and LA and places like that. So I think even though it's been such a difficult year for so many reasons, there are a lot of evolving and interesting opportunities.
Mm-hmm. Nancy, I know you work a lot with placing students. I know the Well Done Foundation does a lot with internships and such. Can you tell me a little bit about any changes you've seen as to, what might careers look like in the future and what you're hearing from other organizations?
Well, there are a lot of virtual opportunities. I think that we're transitioning into this hybrid model that we're about to enter. So I see that there are jobs available. So I have an internship available right now where it is remote, but they want the person in the same city so that they can meet if they can, and they want to be ready for the employee to move into the office. I have another job that I know of that's in Los Angeles, and it's okay if it's remote right now, but they're gonna all go back to the office in September. A lot of companies got rid of their offices, and I think too that they're trying to figure out, are they going to have a physical presence in that same city that they did before? So I think that there's a lot of excitement and enthusiasm for going back to the industry, but we're in this place of confusion too of what really does that mean. Even the live events industry is, there are dates on the calendar, but who's putting those together right now? Are they going to go? So it's just, we have to be patient and see sort of what's next. The Bonnaroo Music Festival is on the calendar for Labor Day weekend. It's sold out. And we usually have, they have an extern program there and a very large volunteer program, but we don't know what that is yet. So, we're not going back to what it was before, but it's definitely going to be a hybrid model. And people have to be patient and just realize things are going to be different for everyone.
Mm-hmm. Now, Tamar, I know you work, the foundation that you have, the Nivak Collective and the Nivak Foundation, you do some incredible work with young, artistic, talented students in not only in Armenia where it's based, but also I've seen in Israel and in Malawi. Can you tell us a little bit about, and you bring these groups together, there's mentorships, there's experts, there's education. Can you tell us briefly a little bit about that? And also during this pandemic, have you been able to continue some of that digitally, or are things that on hold, or how is that going?
Yeah, I also want to just touch on what Nancy said too. I think that this idea of things kind of being up in the air, and there is a level of uncertainty as to how things are how the dust is going to settle. However, I think for businesses like mine, where our work always was global and remote, we've had this essentially like an entirely new lane of opportunities available to us and to, the women and non-binary creatives that we hire in these markets that we're working in, like you mentioned, Armenia. We also work in Lebanon and Israel and in Malawi. And the aim really is to be able to kind of expand our work and have a larger, more global footprint in other places in the MENA region as well. But no, interestingly, COVID has actually allowed us to make a greater impact in these places.
So we have all kind of pivoted fully to digital in the last, this past year. We've all gone from office to online within days, especially those of us in the higher ed sector, where institutions sometimes can be kind of slow to adapt to an ever-changing industry, which is the music industry. And all of you are involved in some way with mentoring or in music industry education, be it mentoring or assisting students with career placements. What do you guys think that music and music industry college programs and continuing education will change? Where do you think the music industry jobs might be in the future? Who wants to take a crack at that?
That's a really good question. And I think that right now, live streaming jobs are what is available, and really understanding the back end and pre-production and how do you create a live stream, and are you pre-recording to upload? So Tamar, you just made me think too, our Well Done really pivoted through this COVID year. We offered a mentorship program, which we'd never done before. And we reached many more people in many areas and connected people because we could. So I definitely think that that's going to be something that we've got moving forward. And at the same time, with those connections, it just created that much more of a desire to meet in person too. I think that technology skills are always good to adapt. I think that music industry programs are somewhat good at giving those skills to students. Audio still is even more important, I think, than ever. Data analytics is always important. Streaming, gathering the numbers, visualizing that data.
Yeah. Emily, any comments on that?
Yeah, I think music education and music business programs have to be at the forefront because our industry is always evolving. So obviously what happened over the last year is traumatic and super intense from the get-go. But, you've heard me say, I was speaking in Scott Laguerre's class and he said, this is Napster for the live industry, right? So we've been through this before with a shift to digital. I've been guest lecturing at Appalachian State, and I had a student ask me well, what happens as a manager when you make all these plans and then there's a pandemic? I'm like, well, you just have to figure it out. Yeah. And you guys know we, at our I Voted initiative, we were in venues for the 2018 election, but then we pivoted to produce the largest digital webcast, the largest digital concert in history on election night. And it actually just completely broadened our reach. We had over 450 artists. That wouldn't have happened if we were in person. And also we were able to engage tons of all of your students. We had over 200 volunteers. And I was really happy to be able to give them that opportunity because so many internships were canceled and these kids are so passionate about the live industry. So that's what entrepreneurship is. Things are going to change, technology evolves, pandemics happen, and you have to evolve, pivot, figure it out, and do what's best for the artists and the industry.
I will say, as a professor who teaches this in a major university in the South, we don't always have access to music industry folks locally. But that has been definitely one of the positives that, Emily, you're talking about, is that we've had access to folks like yourself and others that are, hey, I have time. I'll call in from LA or New York or Nashville or what have you. And it's been a great way for the students to connect with those folks as well. Tamar, I'm going to bring it to you. Have you been able to continue with your foundation some of this as well, or has it mostly been locally based because you have those programs already set up? Or have you had folks call in, from the States or other countries, when it comes to mentorships and such?
We, around March of last year, I had this moment where I realized that if we didn't shift to remote learning, that all of these communities that we had been super serving for a few years would have absolutely access to nothing. So it's interesting that we're talking about the remote learning topic, because one of the things that I realized is that music education in the United States is very expensive. And unless you have the means and the resources to be able to access that education, if you're a young creative in Malawi, you just don't have access to that. So I partnered with a close friend of mine. Her name's Ali Tamposi, a really well-known songwriter in the business. And she and I started this e-learning platform called SongStart. And we recently partnered with Spotify to be able to create a free digital education portal where we teach everything from music business to songwriting, to music production, to mental health. So mental health is the fourth component of our program. And we're in pre-production now. We are starting production in the next few weeks. And we have everybody from Nisha Charles to Phoebe Bridgers as our teachers, which is really cool. So that's going to launch in August, and that's kind of our way of trying to make music education more accessible globally to people that don't and wouldn't have access to it otherwise.
It's very interesting that you're mentioning mental health, because that's certainly something that more and more conferences that I've attended certainly is becoming a larger topic. And it's finally becoming a topic in our industry officially and openly, but it's more about industry folks. So the fact that you're using that as a major topic for students early on, can you tell me a little bit, what that entails, or are you talking to what are the ages of some of these students that are in your program?
The ages range from about 15 to maybe 30.
Okay.
I think mental health is really important regardless of where you live, but when you're in regions like Armenia, for example, where mental health is not a topic that is discussed at home or anywhere else, I think being able to give young people the support that they need and a safe space to be able to talk about things that they are going through, and allowing them to channel those things into music, and essentially using music as a form of therapy. It's important.
Yeah. And
Sorry,
go ahead. Yeah.
This conference is a great example, right? Like, think of how expensive in-person music business conferences are. Absolutely. Now Amplify is free, and you have access to speakers all over the world. So that's another opportunity that's really opened up. And because we are more comfortable with webcasting and things like that, I hope that conferences do that so people who can't afford to get to South by Southwest or whatever can still get the information.
And I'm just going to plug the organization that I'm running as an educator, the MEIA Summit, MEIEA Summit.org. We have ours coming up as well, where Amplify is a partner in about a month. So feel free to check out the website. And we're also one of the sponsor booths online virtually. So how about, are there any tips or ideas as to additional knowledge that those that are newly entering into this industry of workforce may need to stay competitive? I mean, Emily, to your point, there's a plethora of conferences and all of a sudden just so much information online. It's easy to network. It's easy to find folks. Are there additional ideas that you would have for maybe those that are watching now that are either students or trying to enter the workforce after this or during this pandemic, where to try to stay competitive?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is really similar to before, right? Because as a manager and entrepreneur, like I used to travel all the time. I could be in Japan or whatever. So as you know, I have a book, Interning 101. A lot of those basics still apply, right? Like being good at writing emails, reading, everything that's going on in the Slack team. And again, like the entire industry is going to become hybrid. Like I feel that live shows, obviously are going to return, but then we can have a sold out show and webcast it to that many more people. I mean, I don't know why Scott Laguerre is on my brain this morning, but I believe his program is about 3 hours away from Minneapolis. So he's also told me that his students can't always get to live shows. So we can access that many more fans, which is awesome. And also there's stay-at-home parents that have been able to check out shows. There's people with disabilities. So I feel like we can reach that many more people. So to answer your question, like Nancy said, the more technical skills you can learn, the more audio skills you can learn. Coding is always super important. But yeah, I mean, we already lived in kind of an online world. We've just shifted even more in that direction. So a lot of the same skills from before actually still apply now.
Absolutely. And yeah, Nancy, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I've worked remotely almost all of my career. So part of it, I'm at home and then you go to the place where the thing is. So I want to address that other question you asked about skills. So skills that we want music business students to know in the program. And I think that this is also something that's important for students coming up. And it really relates, it goes back to mental health too, is this mindset and sort of what Emily said, this industry is constantly changing. So you will always have to learn new skills, but you have to have this mindset of being flexible. And I had somebody put that in the chat too. So flexibility, resilience, resourceful. And I think that what we're teaching right now is this concept of change management, that things are always going to change and that you have to go with the flow. You just have to be ready. But there definitely is, in my classroom, certainly a greater emphasis on mental health, checking in, making sure everyone's okay, intentional practices too, where we listen to some music or just check in with people. So I think that that's a nice window that's been opened in the music industry, that we can address it honestly and say that we aren't okay and that we understand that and that there are some tools available to all of us. So really it's developing that mindset of flexibility. And, I think about Emily too, on another panel that we were on together, maybe I was just listening, but, innovation occurs at these pain points. There's innovation and opportunities and just, certainly things have been lost, but there's so much coming also. And this is a great time to be entrepreneurial and just think differently.
Well, and just to add to that, we all know a million people in the industry. I can think of one colleague that has been at the same company for her entire, 30, 40-year career. So pandemic or not, things are always shifting, always changing. You have to educate yourself. But yeah, I mean, it starts with the basics, like making great art, understanding recording, understanding basic internet marketing. I mean, I just found out that my podcast is the #1 music business podcast in America. That is free. You know what I mean? And also I made that on the couch or whatever. So we still have all these great tools and access to resources and information that we can then take in and apply to ourselves as artists or people who help artists.
Absolutely.
Yes. Oh, sorry. No, I think the flexibility point is a really good one that you made, Nancy. I would also say that you just need to hustle in this business. That is the hustler. And we have this phrase at Novak where we say gentle hustle, because there's also hustling that is, that can be overbearing at times, but you just, you can go to school and you can be in school for the longest time and you can learn all the things and you can do all that stuff. So much, I think, of the music business, though, is also like being on the ground, being, going out and meeting people. If there's somebody that you admire on whoever it is, it could be like a producer, find them on Instagram and hit them up, send them an email. You can find people's emails on LinkedIn, just, go out and do it and be persistent. Sometimes you won't hear back on the first or second try and you just have to kind of keep doing it. And then eventually, someone will respond, and then that'll kind of open your network.
We have a motto too. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Just read their bios first, please. Don't ask how they got their start in the industry, because that information is out there. When you do get that opportunity, make sure you're asking questions that isn't information that you would have available to you otherwise. Google is an amazing thing.
And provide value. If you're find a way to provide value to that person. So I was going to say too, I have a motto, which is similar to the gentle hustle. It's patiently persistent. So you're absolutely right. And I really think education is going to change dramatically. You have kids who have been locked inside their houses online now for a year and some longer. And I do think that this will stretch out a little bit longer. Those kids aren't going to want to go to college. It's going to be completely different. Some may and some may not. But Tamar, to your point, if you want to get into the music industry, make connections. And you don't necessarily need to be in a 4-year degree program to gain skills either. And I think that we are seeing this shift right now with high school programs developing like yours and others, where kids are mature, they're digital natives, they get it, and they're ready to go.
Also, just start doing it. That's whether you're an artist, industry person, I meet students all the time, like, where is their opportunity or what can I do? I'm like, ask any artist. They all need help.
One of the things I tell my students, absolutely, to everyone's point here, you got to do a little bit of research. Everybody runs to the large 5 companies and applies to these internships where they might get 20, 30,000 of them, and it's very impersonal. I say, just find the local publisher or a small label. And one of the things I was very lucky is to have Michael Goldstone, known as Goldie from Mom and Pop Records, join my class the whole semester and mentored 5 or 6 of my students every other Tuesday this entire semester. I mean, that's one-on-one on Zoom with 5 students about an hour and a half every other week. And that was an incredible experience that these students could have never had anywhere else. But thanks to, again, the pandemic, you have some folks that are like, you know what, I have a little bit of time. How can I reach out and do something outside of the city I'm in? Tamar, I just wanted to bring it back to you really quickly, since it's, your organization really touches on folks from, 15 up to 30 or so. Are you doing a lot of international collaboration, or are they kind of locally based, or have you done more now that, COVID has kind of brought onto this digital world of meetings all over?
Yeah, that's a great question, Armin. We do a little bit of both. So we want to make sure that we're doing really on the communal level, on the regional level, then on the global level. So I'll give you an example. One of our artists, Rosa from Vanadzor, Armenia. Vanadzor is a smaller city in Armenia, and she's one of the most incredible songwriters, singers I've ever met in my life. And she wrote this incredible song in Russian. And we recently connected her with in America. And Kiara is doing a feature on Rosa's song, and they just recorded a song. Kiara just cut her vocal a few days ago remotely, and they were FaceTiming, and Rosa was teaching Kiara how to sing the chorus in Russian. And it was just such a cool moment. And honestly, this wouldn't have been available to us a year ago. And then Rosa's doing sessions with Ali Tamposi and Jenna Andrews and like all of these people in the business. Like none of this would have been a possibility, pre-COVID.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also really quickly, Emily, you briefly mentioned you're being very, bashful, but you're interning 101, not only an Amazon bestseller, but students all over have been checking out this book, which came out at such a opportune time because COVID really flipped everything upside down. And so your book was a great resource, and it really is. And I tell my students about it. Can you tell us, Emily, just a couple highlights, or for those that are not familiar, just giving you a quick plug here.
Sure, thank you. I mean, reminder that sometimes the best internships are never posted. I was just on someone's podcast yesterday, and they were asking me about my background, and I started interning for Amanda Palmer and the Dresden Dolls when I was in college. They played my school. I introduced myself to Amanda. I said, let me know if you ever need help with anything. She said, can you come over tomorrow? And the Cliff's Notes version of that book is make yourself indispensable. I would never say I was the third member of the Dresden Dolls, but certainly functioning with me was a lot easier than functioning without me. So much so that they built me into their management contract when I graduated college, and I've never used my resume since. So that's the shortest version I can give.
Great. And we just have a couple of minutes. Nancy, are you seeing now a little more opportunities now that the big companies have pivoted to allowing for more digital, since so many internships were canceled last year? Are you a little more hopeful for this summer and fall as far as internships go, and remotely and in person?
I am definitely more hopeful for opportunity. And I would say, too, that one thing that has really transformed the music industry is this shift to focusing on diversity and bringing in a new talent pool of students that aren't represented across the industry, not just at record labels, but in live events, in touring, in retail, in products. So there's really an intentional action of bringing in diversity and finding different pockets of where people can put these groups together. TikTok has the Black Creators Group. I know that A2IM has also created a Black Creators Group. And different record labels also have their own initiatives. So I do think that this has really widened the talent pool, broadened that opportunity gap that had been so narrow for other college students. And just this mindset, again, I go back to that mindset too, that things are different, they're going to look different, and people are more welcoming to what is different also. And that remote aspect too helps, because it's so expensive to live in some of these major cities that an employee can be working remotely where it's more affordable for them to live.
I know we have to go, but I just want to point out what Well Done does. We fund entertainment industry internships for underserved students. So if you can't afford an unpaid internship, which is most people, please check out Well Done, and it's DUNN, like the last name.
Absolutely. And the great thing with Amplify is that everyone's socials and bios, like Emily said, always check the bios. Everything is listed. So feel free to reach out to any of us. Ladies, it's been an incredible 30 minutes. We could go on for several hours. There's just so much to cover. So I really want to thank Tamar Kaprelian from the Novak Foundation. I want to thank Emily White from Collective Entertainment. And I also want to thank Nancy Tarr from Well Done Foundation. Thank you so much. And we'll hope to see you soon at another event.
And thank you, Armin. Great job.
Thank you, sir.
And as an educator, thanks to all of you for being such a great resource for our students. This concludes our Rethinking Music Jobs panel, and in a couple of minutes, we're going to switch to Rethinking Music Tourism. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, we're off.
Welcome back. That was a great panel on music jobs. Lots of interesting different perspectives and interesting resources, and also appreciated the chat in Hopin. So I know some of you are watching in Hopin. This is the third before we have a break coming up for 10 minutes. If you're watching this live stream on amplifymusic.org and on YouTube, you're missing the hop-in chat. We're going to try to have things come over as we go here. I want to do a quick thank you for the two of our silver sponsors. One is actually we have a new one, the College of Arts and Media at CU Denver. Thank you for your new support to the program. We also have Label Logic and the Art of Mass Gathering, Majestic Collaborations in Performing Arts Readiness, who we heard already, actually a couple times in the conference. But let me introduce this wonderful panel. This is session 26, Rethinking Music Tourism. David, would you take it away?
Sure. Hi, Gigi. Hi, everyone. I'm David Hazen. Welcome to Rethinking Music Tourism. Thanks to your great staff, Gigi. This session is going to focus on the role that a city's venues, music scene, and hosted festivals play in driving tourism dollars to their economies and what governments could and should be doing in support of that. Whatever bumps, curves, and delays lie ahead, we're clearly heading towards a post-COVID environment with everybody wondering what that's going to look like, how things will be the same as they were, how things might be different. So to start, I'd like for each panelist to introduce themselves, tell us about the work they're doing in the music tourism space, starting with you, Jocelyn.
Hi there, I'm Jocelyn Kane. Right now I wear tons of hats, but the most relevant one is a senior policy analyst with Responsible Hospitality Institute. I spent 30 years in San Francisco. I left in 2017. In the last half of that, I was the executive director of the Entertainment Commission in San Francisco, a government body that was in charge of all things entertainment, permitting, licensing, regulation, enforcement around entertainment for the city of San Francisco. And my current pivot is into cannabis, but we'll talk about that if we have the time.
All right, Saria.
Hi, my name is Sadia. I'm the coordinator at Music Cities Community. The community is the first ever platform for professionals in all industries using music to create value in towns, cities, and places. We currently have over 1,000 members from around the world who can access a variety of content through our platform, such as live virtual presentations and panels, Music Cities news, and more content. And the community is part of Music Cities events, where we organize world-leading conferences on the topic of music cities. And we also produce the International Awards Ceremony. We've organized around 29 conferences in over 6 continents. And we are part of the Sound Diplomacy Group, creating and delivering strategies and increasing the value of music ecosystems.
Great, thanks a lot. So I've been tracking the music cities, music tourism space for a while, since it was kind of birthed at Canadian Music Week with Shane Shapiro's original Sound Diplomacy presentations and Music Canada's presentations. And then a few years later, I had a bunch of clients at the same time in the festival space, including Fest Ticket, Fest 300, and Ottawa Blues Fest. And I remember seeing an ad in the New Yorker magazine on the inside back cover, very expensive. Showed a family in front of the Parliament buildings, and it was just so generic. And I couldn't help thinking that if that same amount of money was invested in letting Americans know that they could see in a beautiful downtown waterfront location, Lady Gaga and Snoop Dogg and the Killers and dozens of other acts for like a tenth of the price of Coachella, no disrespect, Jocelyn, but how much more effective and impactful that could have been. So that kind of leads to the first question that I'll direct to you, Jocelyn, is that given that music experiences and events can be a key driver in helping people decide where it is that they want to vacation, what are some of the ways that governments can help promoters, venues, and the live music community, not from a cultural grant perspective, but because it's good for bottom line business and local tax revenues?
Well, there's a lot of things. I think the big answer, frankly, is for governments to get out of the way. I say this a lot. Nightlife and music scenes and cultural life is is in cities organically, and it's there in spite of government, not because of government. So we wanted to flip the script. And in San Francisco, like I said, we had an entertainment commission that was part regulatory and part advocacy around more of what you're talking about, bringing more music to more people and more places. There's generally a notion from the government side that music and noise is a nuisance. And I don't call it noise, I call it sound. When someone says, where's your noise ordinance? I call it a sound ordinance. I encourage everyone to do the same thing. One person's noise is another person's lovely sound. So I think that the most important thing is get out of the way, right? Beyond that, we can get to a space where it's easy to permit entertainment, right? We can talk about really like basic, where can entertainment happen, and ask cities to make more of those spaces available, whether it's permanently through zoning changes or through temporary, right, permitting for more events to happen. Big cities know the value of concerts and festivals because they've counted it. There's economic impact studies on all of the large ones that are redundant, that happen every year. They know what the value is. They don't necessarily look at the value against the nuisance potential in a way that's balanced. So I think the conversations in all the cities need to talk about the economic importance, like you said, bottom line, not just cultural value, against, yes, it's potential nuisance. Yes, you might have to make some like calls to like back to people who are complaining. You might have to pick up a little more trash, whatever it is. There'll be a little more traffic. But you have to understand, right, government comes from that place of how do I keep it, even? How do I not, like, no one should complain in my city. It should be happy all the time. If the more activity we bring, the more potential for like chaos and then, problems. So does that make, I could talk and talk and talk, but does it make sense?
Are you saying that governments maybe spend less than they normally would out of fear of complaints, nuisance, and noise? And I would even flip that question and suggest, is there more that perhaps festivals and venues can do to support the government, to understand that the government might want to help because it brings in more money than the boilerplate CVB beds and heads for conventions that don't need the support, and they're going to come anyway. So maybe there's an opportunity to mobilize clubs and festivals and venues to support governments, to make it easier for governments to help them.
I think that that's absolutely the case. I think that it's actually heads and beds, but besides that, I think the idea that festivals, anyone asking for physical space and sort of time and place to do more activations and music in a city should consider their community outreach strategy. They should come forward and say, I want to meet with the public officials, fire, like public safety, health, before. They shouldn't have an expectation that they walk in and get a permit one day in and out over the counter. That's a process. If more festivals and folks who wanted to do this work were aware of what government faces in terms of like hoops to jump through and challenges, I think they would be definitely welcomed. I think the money aspect is sort of secondary, because government folks, they know the paycheck's coming. Look, we're government, we're bureaucrats. It's not about the money. We're not the finance people, right? We're the people out on the ground saying, are you too loud? Don't drop your stuff here, right? Is something using, sustainable energy instead of sucking power off the grid? Like whatever, like the real on the ground issues are what. And, is there more traffic? Are you blocking someone's driveway? Do I have to reroute a bus, right? All of these things matter. And the more organized a festival producer is, or an event producer is, to have taken that stuff into consideration and already have an answer for that, the better the city's going to react across the board, guaranteed.
But I understand all that, but don't CVBs, at least in the larger cities, have advertising and marketing budgets, and don't ad agencies spend money with tourism accounts to drive tourism traffic to their cities? And my point was, how to make music a more attractive focal point for those campaigns than the traditional efforts or the generic ads that aren't really going to motivate people to select that city as the destination. Sorry, when we had our pre-call, we were talking about how there are the obvious music cities like Nashville and Austin and New Orleans and Memphis, and people go there because of the music. But Sound Diplomacy has done some incredible work in helping less known cities connect with music tourism worthy destination aspects of their city. Can you give us an example of a secondary city that you wouldn't think of as a music city that you've helped convert into a music city?
Absolutely. So I think with small towns, they need to focus on being vibrant, interesting places to live in. You need to attract new residents to come in and visit, and then other residents from around the town and international residents will follow in their footsteps. So take a look at Cleveland in Mississippi, for example. It's a small town of around 12,000 residents, and they have so much music and blues heritage. For example, they have the Delta Roots Initiative. So it's a project that aims to showcase American roots music through live and recorded performances. So they're supporting the local musicians. And then they have built the Grammy Museum, the B.B. King Museum, which is down the road from Clarksdale, that has the Morgan Freeman's Blues Club, and it's home to the Dockery Farms. So they even have just different, heritage sites for people to come and visit. So that's a reason for residents, not only residents, from proximity tourists to come in and visit those towns, which is actually boosting the economy in those small towns. And you have so many different examples of that. Look at Roskilde in Denmark. It is a small town. It started with a festival, then the whole city became invested in music. And festival profits now go back to local communities that are reinvested for other projects, such as education projects. You also have the driving trails in Queensland in Australia. So it's destinations can look at music to reinvent these types of trails that are perfect, for just attracting new tourists to come in.
If I can just jump in, like the perfect example is what you already said, which is Coachella. No one would have known what is Coachella. Where is Coachella? Where is Palm Springs? What is this place? The city of Indio, which nobody knows, right? That's the name of the actual city that Coachella takes place in, right? No one had ever heard of Indio, but now, right? Coachella, the name Coachella, and where I live is in the Coachella Valley, is everyone comes, right? Everybody knows what Coachella is 20 years later. So to your point.
Absolutely. I definitely agree.
What has Coachella meant to the whole Valley area, the whole Palm Springs area on a year-round basis? Obviously, you don't need much of an imagination to think about what it means during Coachella, but
Right.
on a year-round basis, what has it brought?
Well, I mean, it certainly brought a lot of focus to the area. It got younger and younger. So when I first started going to Coachella, like 20 whatever years ago, it was grown-ups, and then now it's basically 15-year-olds. But what it does is it just shines a spotlight on our beautiful location. I think it definitely put this place right on the map internationally, which is just astounding. What do they do as a company? Does Golden Voice do a whole lot after the fact? Maybe not so much, but the branding is really valuable. And so people run around all over the place with a sticker on their car that says Coachella. And if you Google Coachella, you'll see Coachella Valley, you'll see all kinds of other things. It can bring you to the greater Palm Springs area. I think that's pretty much what it did.
Definitely. Just to add to that, I think festivals have a way of directing these tourists to other local areas, to go and visit after the festival is done. They don't just come there and stay for the festival or the event and then leave. They stay there for a couple of days and they support the local economy.
Right. Well,
that's why
2 weekends. So they had Coachella for one weekend. Now it's 2, right? So they do it again, basically. But people stay in between because people go to weekend 1 and weekend 2. So the hotels and the Airbnbs it is packed around here, much to the dismay of some residents.
Exactly.
So sorry, I know environmentally and sustainability wise, we've all heard and read a lot about all the different initiatives that festivals have undertaken, but on a more specific and micro level, can you suggest three things that venues and clubs can do to be more environmentally responsible?
Definitely. So we already know about festivals. They all have, sustainability efforts right now, most of them, and they really should enhance them more and more. We see, for example, festivals that are taking place on cruise ships, and then everything is just falling into the water and just destroying the water. It's not sustainable. So you need to, for example, the easiest way is to just decrease the amount of festivals at sea. But then when you're talking about music venues, I think they need to create resilience plans across economic development, like hire sustainability directors, for example, to take charge or collaborate with local green solutions organizations who are a part of that city, and kind of develop this system that they can try to enforce and even, communicate that with their audience. So stop using plastic cups, don't give out water bottles where in areas where water is potable. Use blue riders. Take a look at Oceanic Global, for example. They promoted a blue rider, which is a one pager listing sustainability requests that can be sent alongside an artist's existing hospitality rider as well, to kind of promote the sustainability. So these are just a few different examples. You can also use renewable energy in those venues as well.
Great. More general question for both of you. How will music tourism in general change post-COVID? How are things going to be different?
I would just like to answer this generally as well, because if the topic's a really broad one, right? And so I think that music tourism is really important. I think that some cities took it very seriously, like Austin, and whether they had a legacy of music or didn't, they created one and made it their signature. So that's just a marketing angle, which tends to, it works, and then things happen from there. But I would say that based on the full stop, and this is just across the board in terms of entertainment in general and COVID, based on a full stop, we can do anything from here. We're restarting. Let's restart in a thoughtful way. Let's restart in a way that changes the dynamics, changes the conversations. Like you said, if a CVB used to be completely focused on conventions and hotel stays, let's change that conversation so that the tourism aspect of the music and the vibrancy and the outdoor like entertainment or indoor or whatever in a city is part of that conversation. I think the answer to your earlier question is, why don't they do it? I don't think anyone asked. I don't think anyone came in and pitched particularly hard to say, hey, standing in front of the whatever building, that civic building is kind of dull. Why don't you do X, Y, and Z? So I think now's the time. I think if people have an opportunity to pitch their governments and CVBs and pitch music tourism to bring people back to these communities, do it now, do it quick.
It works. I've seen that work in Canada, where the festivals nationally in Canada and then provincially within Quebec only lobbied their governments for tourism dollars. And the only condition in this case was the festivals needed to be nonprofits. In other words, they could not be AEG or Live Nation owned. But even big, massive institutional festivals like the Montreal Jazz Festival or Festival d'été in Quebec City, they were set up and registered as nonprofits for that exact reason. So, I don't know what the U.S. version of that would be or what would be required, but it seems to me that it's a win-win. There's a lot of government money being spent on maybe less effective ways that certainly don't benefit music, and it would benefit the government's goals of heads and beds and and restaurant and hotel increased business. So I think there is an opportunity there that should be acted upon. And I think sound diplomacy should start rounding people up and organizing that. And you can get a nice lobbying division going there.
There's definitely many different ways that you can think about tourism in a post-pandemic world. I think it's really important to for cities, especially festivals, for example, to direct tourists to local businesses, for example, that's really creating more of a local economy and boosting it up, So festivals can create a tour around the city where audiences are guided through local venues and, for example, heritage sites to experience artists performing in them. And for example, festival organizers can create cheaper deals with hotels, Airbnbs, and other accommodation sites that are located a little farther away from the city center in order to reduce these tourist clusters inside the main center of the city, so that you don't really need to bother the locals. And noise regulation is very important at this moment. So I think these are some efforts that really need to be taken.
That's great. Does that happen to a large extent in Europe, Saria? And have you seen, Jocelyn, efforts like that for like excursions, day trips to, I don't know, Joshua Tree, which is, I guess, an hour or two away from the festival site? Obviously, they go to hotels and do parties and packages and things like that. But what Saria is saying seems to make a lot of sense. I haven't seen it, and I'm wondering if you guys have.
I've never seen a government-sponsored effort in that regard. What I see is activations by companies in terms of sponsorship opportunities. And I think those are just as important, right? It doesn't, great if you can get government money, but frankly, Canada is one of those places where whenever I ever went out to a conference and people were bitching, oh, the government doesn't give us enough money. And I was always like, we don't get any money as musicians at all, so shut the hell up. But besides that, it doesn't matter if somebody can organize a trip to Joshua Tree or organize yoga before the concert or organize, whatever it is that's related to the greater community. It doesn't matter whether it's Heineken or whatever company wants to underwrite this, because it's basically real estate to advertise to who cares? Like, it doesn't matter. I think it's a little pie in the sky. I think government will cough up that kind of money, frankly. But hey, again, go ask. The worst thing you get is no. So go ask.
And if they can't write a check, they can bring a lot of value in a lot of different ways, even to make the permit process and any of the bureaucratic things a little easier and a little smoother for people that probably don't want to go near that stuff because they rightfully expect to be frustrated by one step of the process or another. Sorry, have you seen anything like what you're describing actually going on with festivals partnering with governments to add on to the overall visitor experience when the festival is not?
I think that governments really need to promote the music industry boards, the music tourism boards, sorry. I think it's very important for them to promote that. And, if they're not doing that, then festivals and venues are doing that. So, for example, at festivals, you could have local businesses have their own stands. And then when people go to these stands, to these, you have food stands, beverage stands, clothing supplies, different kinds of products that are being offered there. And I think that's really important to bring back into the local economy. You're having tourists join in from all around the world. And if it's not all around the world, it's by close proximity cities. So they come in and then they'll be redirected to these local businesses after the events. So I think that's really important. You really, especially when you have an international festival come in and create something in your local city, you really need to work with the locals to help support them as well.
New Orleans Jazz Fest comes to mind because they don't just have food stands, they have great, furniture and crafts and clothing that are all representative of the local culture. And I think 100,000 Europeans come to Jazz Fest. So I think that's the strongest example I can think of over here. I've seen lesser versions of that were probably inspired by Jazz Fest. But Jocelyn, go on.
Sorry. No, I just wanted to add another point. Like, for example, in Mississippi, you have all of these heritage sites. And actually, later this year, they'll be hosting the Music Tourism Convention. So that's going to bring a new crowd of people coming in as well. So it's just building on top of everyone that has already been visiting. So I think cities need to create these efforts.
Is that Music Tourism Convention a sound diplomacy event?
Yeah, it's a Music Cities event, so it'll be taking place later this year in September.
Excellent. So, Jocelyn, when we were connecting on LinkedIn, when we were introduced a couple of weeks ago, I couldn't help but notice an interesting addition to your title with the words cannabis lead. And in the services that you provide to Palm Springs, California, I was just wondering, where does cannatourism intersect with music tourism, and what does that look like? What does it smell like?
We know what it smells like. Yeah, so I did a pivot when I left San Francisco into some of this cannabis work, and so what that looks like really is in the conversation around cannabis consumption, not so much the supply chain, but the end of the supply chain. Where do customers use the products that they've been able to buy legally, in various states? And so in Palm Springs, we were one of the first communities to have lounges. That's what we call them. They're social spaces that allow consumption, and they're all over this valley. And so adding music, adding entertainment, adding whatever you want to these consumption spaces is where it's starting. Now there's bed and breakfasts in Desert Hot Springs. There are many hotels.com, in fact, did a big 420 advertising scheme just for that day in terms of putting up hotels that are 420 friendly. So it's becoming a big deal. Absolutely. Down here in this part of California, it's very much more normalized. And so people definitely come here for cannabis experiences, and there's more to come. And anyone who wants to hear more, hit my LinkedIn, follow me on Clubhouse, follow me on wherever you can, because I would love to meet all of you.
Well, that's great. We're going to have to conclude on that high note, no pun intended. I want to thank everybody for joining. That was great. I learned a lot, and I'm sure everyone in the audience did too. So thank you, Jocelyn and Saria, and thanks again to Gigi and the staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, very helpful information, and nice closing there, David. Appreciate it. So we are about to hit break time. We're going to take a 10-minute break here at Amplify. And I just want to remind you, that we have the exhibit halls and the people section. There's lots of networking opportunities, as well as 1:25 p.m. Pacific time. We'll have our mixer. I hope you'll put a pin in that on your schedule and join us. And thanks again for all of you on this great panel. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
mixers. A lot of rethinking of to kind of our homes. Oh, no, I think I reception orchestra. Green room or pre-room.
Be here and moment. I've been has really brought into in cities and by the places or don't just night art is celebrate about you know the our cities that use making sure music venues is involved in government in for our own survival. So I'm really pleased to be moderating this panel, the subject of which is rethinking nightlife. But I should tell you the session description, which is that music is a part of nightlife, and nightlife industries are more than music. During the pandemic, nightlife was further challenged, including restaurants, hotels, bars, and other venues. For some cities, nightlife became daytime or just closed with curfew to unpermitted events. Where do we want to go for robust local nightlife? And for nightlife industries, what practical actions and strategies are needed and planned for recovery? So as I said, my name is Michael Fitchman. I live in Philadelphia. I'm a longtime music producer and DJ. I'm also a professional city planner and a lecturer at the University of Pennsylvania's Penn Praxis. And I am an effort called the Global Nighttime Recovery Plan, which is bringing together a lot of people and ideas and strategies for supporting nighttime arts and culture. And I'd like to ask each of my three colleagues here to introduce themselves in a sentence or two, starting with Mike Bell.
Thanks, Michael, and thanks, Gigi, and everyone at Amplify. My name is Mike Bell, and I am the co-founder of the New Colossus Festival. We are a showcase or internationally based showcase festival happening on the Lower East Side. Our last edition was the March of last year. We might be the last pre-COVID festival. And yeah, that's it.
Scott?
Awesome. Thanks, Michael and Gigi and Storm, and to everyone at Amplify for having us here. I'm Scott Pluskalek. I am the nightlife business advocate for the city of Seattle. I operate out of the Office of Economic Development, and I work to support and grow our nighttime economy here in Seattle and support our nightlife venues. Tara?
Hey everyone, my name is Tara DeVivier. I am also a planner, like Michael. I work for the Pratt Center for Community Development, which is based in Brooklyn, New York, out of Pratt Institute. We work with community groups and provide technical assistance related to land use and other, so they can advocate for themselves. I also moonlight as a DJ, so that's how Michael and I ended up meeting in terms of just similarities. I didn't know that there are a few planner DJs out there. There are. I mean, there are, maybe I can count like on my hand. And I am also honored to have worked with Michael over this past year with the Global Nightlife Recovery Plan. I worked on Chapter 4 related to nightlife workers and the impact the pandemic has had on them over this past year.
So that is actually throw me an alley-oop here for the first topic of discussion, which I'd like to start with you, Tara, actually. So we've seen this broad impact of the pandemic on nightlife over the last year. To your mind, what has been, if you had to choose one thing, the single most profound effect of the pandemic on nightlife?
Ooh, one thing I would say for me, at least the most impressive thing that I think that I've seen, and I shouldn't be that impressed because I think part of what has grown nightlife over the decades has been this, people of different groups coming together and really having nightlife as a refuge for them in terms of just being able to go out, not be, assaulted or, just targeted for who they are and really finding like community in nightlife. But just, I was very impressed to see the level of community and how it stepped up even further over this past year. Definitely people helping one another, whether it be on a micro scale, just DJs, helping other local DJs that they may know, to larger like efforts such as the Global Nightlife Recovery Plan. New organizations have come up with, such as NEVA, and the in New York City, we have New York Nightlife United, which is another group that came up out of this. And then just like a lot, also people immediately kind of went to action as far as like trying to raise money, understanding that people's income was immediately wiped out. So just seeing the level of community and how that stepped up over the last year has been one of the most profound things that I've seen.
Yeah, I would second that. I mean, the degree that we all found common cause, especially for industries that people often think of as being kind of crabs in a barrel industries, people banding together was certainly nice to see. Scott, I was wondering if you could, especially in the light of what you do professionally, which I'm not entirely sure many people will know what a nightlife business advocate is, but from where you sit, what have you seen as being the most profound impact of the last year?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I guess to maybe simplify it, my role is part of you could call it one of the night mayors, the night managers that have sprung up around the world over the past couple of years. But I was thinking about this. There's a few things, but one is, we with this trend of night managers, night mayors, there was a blossoming of an understanding that nightlife was an asset and not a liability, and that we needed it as an essential part of our economy and of our city's vitality and our just as a community. I think that the pandemic has accelerated that, right? We lost all these places, and we lost these communities, and we lost these places to gather, and all of a sudden it became extremely apparent how important they were, both to the economy and to our communities. So I think that has been a very great thing. Some of the losses that I'm concerned about are, the impacts on our workers. We have lifelong industry workers who had to look for other jobs, and maybe those jobs provide insurance for the first time in their lives, or a decent salary that is regular. So are we going to get those people back? We're going to see a lack of, and then also just the mental health toll on those folks who have been dealing with that. And then just to wrap up on that, the final thing is I totally agree with Tara about watching the community of the profession come together and help each other. I do feel like one of the things we have lost, though, is the greater sense of community, of being able to go out, to be with other people who aren't our immediate friends, to be able to see a diversity and to experience that. And so I do worry that social media does not replicate the experience of being in a concert hall or in a venue and shoulder to shoulder with each other, and that aspect of community. And so that has been, I think, accelerated by this past year.
Tara, can I ask you perhaps to follow up on what Scott was talking about with workers, and also perhaps some of the mental health angle? The work that you and I did together on Global Nighttime Recovery Plan was very specifically focused on the plight of workers over the last year. And you came up with some future-oriented ideas in terms of picking some of the good strategies and solutions that communities and governments were trying to put forward. What were some of the things you identified in that process?
One of the things I think for us, even just trying to get the chapter together, was really with these types of reports, metrics always is important. It's always good to have, realizing that we didn't really have much to go on other than what we've seen on the ground as far as our colleagues, as far as ourselves, our friends, and really trying to figure out, well, how can we gather that data on a global scale? I mean, it wasn't the most technical thing in the world, but just being able to have a survey and implement a survey to get some data to help really develop, get an understanding of what's actually happening, because we are all so separate, was really important. And realizing that the importance of that moving forward, especially when it comes to wanting to work with governments and wanting to work with foundations or even just other businesses, to be able to demonstrate that there are some serious metrics around who's employed in the nightlife industry specifically, which isn't something that's currently recorded, at least in the United States, as far as census data and things of that sort. And I think that's something that's really important for us to really trying to get an understanding of the strength of nightlife. I mean, now we've seen it. I know that, Michael, you've done some of this work around really trying to quantify the economic importance and impact of nightlife within a city. And even having that information too, I think is important for people to be able to advocate. Definitely organizing as workers, potentially unionizing or creating a worker center in order to really, one of the things that we knew before the pandemic was that there was while there's a sense of community and people are able to really find folks that are like them in terms of, again, vulnerable groups who are targeted, being able to find community and family in nightlife, it still makes it was still a challenge for many people to be able to earn a living wage. And Scott mentioning this idea that some people may not come back because of that is definitely of concern, so having the ability to organize and really be able to advocate for living wages and other things that people need in order to thrive in life, I think is something that we also recommended should come out of this. It's just, I think the way it works, especially it's a very kind of hustle type environment, especially if you're somebody who's just starting out, as far as, you might just do a gig for not a lot of money, or you might do, the owner, he's going to do your trading. But that in the long run, keeping that environment where people really aren't able to, go past that and really earn a living wage doing this work is something that's a concern. So those are the two things. Getting some metrics. I know they're not sexy, but getting some metrics, but then also getting workers organized, I think are two things that definitely we need to push and move forward and as we start to rethink nightlife.
Yeah, I think those are great points. And I would say from my own experience, I'm a member of Philadelphia's Arts and Culture Task Force making recommendations to City Council. And it's there's opportunity meeting preparation is when things happen. So being out there in your community and trying to organize people and trying to measure what matters and trying to gather ideas from things like the Global Nighttime Recovery Plan and put tools in your toolkit so that you can approach politicians, with real solutions and approach them in numbers. So we've talked about the what's happened in the past year, and let's look forward to the next year, and then after that, look forward to beyond. So, Mike, you are in the live events industry, and you have been, trying to shift and adjust what you are doing and figure out what's next. What do you foresee is coming for you over the next year, and how are you trying to adjust?
Yeah, it's really hard. We took this year off because the spirit of the festival is very much about being live, being in person, being in the same room. And it just didn't feel right to do it digitally, although we do have a weekly digital program where we're introducing international and US bands to our community. But we have announced dates for next year. It's March 9th through 13th. But the biggest challenge is we don't really know what else to expect. I mean, are those venues still going to be there next year? Can international bands cross the border without any problems? I mean, what is the festival going to look like? I mean, is it going to be just a bunch of bands from New York and New Jersey? I mean, all that is it's kind of really hard to wrap my head around at this point. But that said, I'm still super optimistic. The vibes I'm getting from talking to the international music community is pretty good as well. So, I mean, fingers are still crossed, but March is looking good.
Yeah, I'd say that the amount of optimism, despite all of these things, I'm doing a research project right now with creative communities in the Middle East, in Iraq and Lebanon. In Lebanon, they had a currency crisis. They had an explosion that destroyed all these venues. And the level of optimism that people express is like something you can almost only expect from, the kind of dreamers who come into creative industries. Scott, what are the kinds of things that your stakeholders are struggling or opportunities they're seizing, or things that they're trying to use to approach the next year?
Well, hopefully, knock on wood, everything goes well tomorrow when the Shuttered Venues grant reopens. So that's something that we've all been waiting for. I think one thing that I not only for the next year, but actually to jump ahead and answer the further question, to Tara's point about the organizing and NEVA and the impacts of those, I think we're going to see a profound change to the industry in the fact that we are going to see a new political and activist force come out of these independent venues who have learned that collectively they are stronger together, and that organizations like NEVA, like the Washington Nightlife and Music Association here in Seattle, in Washington State, they're not going away. They have seen what they are capable of doing, and there are many other issues that they are recognizing need to be addressed within the industry itself that was, as you said, broken before we even got here. So I'm very excited about unleashing that potential. what that's going to look like and what that's going to allow. And I think it's going to transform our live music industry, because I think that's going to be a counterbalance to the large, like the large touring and booking groups and the people who sort of have a monopoly on the industry.
Yes,
I think we'll see that change.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm just thinking again, that was when you mentioned that they are going to go past that, the issues around all of these larger organizations like Ticketmaster, Live Nation, and, that being a challenge to a lot of independent venues as far as being able to compete with that. To see that the National Independent Venue Association, I realized for those who didn't know, we're like, when we get into acronyms, especially people who work in academics and government, we immediately go into the acronyms and sometimes we don't remember that people may not know them all. Like seeing them and definitely come together and get bills passed, and within a year, of time, a year's worth of time, I think that's a huge win for them. I do think, they will continue going. The importance of these venues in our communities, just in the whole economy of nightlife, especially for me, I DJ in New York City, and who books me? Independent venues. Like, that's really at the very, very base level of things. We need these venues, and being able to see that, them really realizing their power and growing that on a national scale is really great.
Yeah, I'd like to jump in and just say, beyond that too, I'd really like to see the cities get back into embracing the DIY scene. New York City, especially Brooklyn, had a super vibrant DIY venue scene. That's where I got my start. My partners and I, that's basically where we met. And they're gone. You can't do it. It's impossible. I mean, I love the independent venues, but the super baby bands, they also need somewhere to start that's not necessarily reliant on bar sales or ticket sales.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be the future as well. We have all these new empty shop fronts, right? And so what do we put in there? How do cities activate those spaces? But also, how do we get away from the alcohol, like you said, Mike, the alcohol reliant aspect, and expand opportunities for more access by youth to
lower rents.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really the issue, is that even, the DIY spaces came out of, they were in manufacturing areas, industrial areas. There's not a whole lot of manufacturing and industrial in New York. So these were, they're not going to, they can't basically, allow those spaces were able to slide in. But then when rezoning started to happen in New York and people started to realize the value of their property, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to go and drop, I'm going to get some investors. We're going to drop a few $1 million to do this. We're going to get the zoning on this plot of land changed, and we're kicking you all out. Or we're going, or it's cool. Like in the case of, 285 Kent.
Yeah.
Then now who occupies Advice, right? Mm-hmm. So it's in New York, that's like infuriating to me, but I do think having lower rents, doing things to allow for those rents to remain stable. New York City, for some time, it's starting to the movement to commercialize rent stabilization has been growing. Quite a bit, they're trying to get something passed that will help. But I do think having a lower startup cost for young people, and so they're not so reliant on alcohol sales and really can grow a culture, grow a community, is really key.
I think another simultaneous thing that needs to happen, and this is what I like to call it, the effort to legalize music, is that music is limited to being in so few types of zoning and needs so many permits and clearances and all these other kinds of things to have the highest type of licensure, for many reasons, for safety reasons that are very good reasons. But you combine that with a very competitive real estate market, and people can't get into the market. And when people can't get into the market, generally speaking, there are many, many communities in Philadelphia who don't look at the management at venues and say, I see somebody who looks like me, who understands me, who wants to put my music on, who feels comfortable having my community in their venue. And they don't get their start in music because they have nowhere to go. Temporary licenses that are flexible, and you can do things in public spaces. And like Scott said, there's a lot of unused space right now, presents a great opportunity, maybe the opportunity of a lifetime, to reintegrate art and music into the city now that the deck is being totally reshuffled in terms of what is where.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. They're trying to start that in New York now, I think, like open culture. So at least like allowing cultural organizations and venues to do things out in the street. So, I mean, it'll happen. It's going to start up soon. So it'll be interesting to see, but definitely it would be great to be able to access those storefronts. I mean, some of which have been vacant even prior to the pandemic. So it's like, at what point are you just going to allow these to remain closed? Like, can we think of some more creative ways to activate these spaces and provide opportunities for people to really, create culture?
Yeah, we've been doing, we just started testing the waters on outdoor shows at 18th Ward in Bushwick. It seems to be going all right, but it's like super stripped down. The brewery is like, being pretty cautious about sound levels and all that too. And I think that's another thing that just needs to be addressed is making music accessible, making it legal. Artists need to perform at least to their full capacity. If we're going to have it outside and not have neighbors upset about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
all the time. Which I hate.
And sort of going back to the idea of cities beginning the baby steps of understanding that nightlife and music is a asset. I hope, we're seeing things like agent of change legislation that's appearing in different places to help with noise and to mitigate factors of new development coming in near established nightlife. And so I think I hope that like right now our planning department and our STI is looking at ways to make the permitting more nimble in some of these places and change of use be easier. It needs to be more nimble, but I think that again, this practice of it takes like something like this to get people to change their mindset and start doing that. And once they start doing it, they see that it's fairly easy. Like the sidewalk cafe stuff, that happened really fast. And for years, people said, "Oh, you can't do that." But then it became a necessity, and all of a sudden, everyone realized how quickly you could. So I think we'll see that in other areas.
Absolutely. I think if anything that we've learned from the last year is that everything that we thought was set in stone was actually open for some interpretation when the situation became fluid. So and hopefully that the attention to the music sector and music space in the city and that spirit of flexibility are two things that endure, because in every crisis an opportunity, I suppose. We're going to wrap up our panel here, but before we do, we will all well, first off, I want to thank Amplify, and I want to thank all of you panelists for being here. And it's really nice to see you all, and may one day we, get together in person. I can't wait. We can put all of our contact information. If folks want to find you, we can have our moderators put that up in the chat. So those of you who have joined us for our panel can follow us in our musical and professional and social media things. Gigi says it's already there, so perfect. But yeah, in sum, it has most certainly been a year for rethinking, because we've had a lot of time to sit on our own and think. So when we get back out there and we can spend time with each other, hopefully it is in a new and better world.
Yes, indeed. Awesome. Great job, you all. Wonderful panel. Very informative. It's so interesting to hear what's happening in each of your cities. And we have said the word rethink. Michael finished with the words rethink, and that's been our common theme. And our next panel will be about rethinking as well. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. And we're off.
Welcome back. Wow, this has been a fabulous and long 3 days. For those of you who have the drinking game going of having a shot every time we talk about rethinking, I've lost count today, and we're going to keep doing that. I'm not sure about the shots or the rethinking, but we're going to be continuing to talk about rethinking really in bigger and bigger pictures as the day goes on. We have 2 more great sessions left. This one, for those of you who are attempting to keep track of the schedule as it breezes by every half hour now, this is session 28, Rethinking Organizing, New Ways of Organizing Between and Within Music Industries. And I would like to kick us off, introduce to you Bryce Merrill, Music Program Director for the Bohemian Foundation. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Gigi. Thanks, everybody at Amplify. Conference has been great so far. I didn't know there was a drinking game. I'm missing out. I love those. We'll have to come up with one for this panel, and it's probably going to be something around swearing. So every time we swear, you drink. Okay, that's the game. So we're going to get started. Again, I'm the Music Programs Director at Bohemian Foundation, a private family foundation in Fort Collins, Colorado, although it looks like I'm in Portland right now. We're going to do some quick intros and then go around the horn and talk about organizing between and within music industries. So I'm going to start off with Sirona. If you could introduce yourself and we'll go around the horn.
Sure. Hi. So I'm Sirona Elton. I actually wear a couple of hats. I am a professor at the University of Miami Frost School of Music Industry, and I'm also the head of educational partnerships for the new Mechanical Licensing Collective, the MLC for short, in the United States.
Great. How about Jeremy?
So my name is Jeremy Peters. I'm the assistant professor of music business and entrepreneurship at Wayne State University in Detroit, Michigan. I study music making, creativity, entrepreneurship, and organizing, and working on projects here in Detroit, some national ones, and actually doing some studies on how music industries are internationally organizing themselves as well. I also co-own a record label.
Awesome. Your record label is?
Quite Scientific Records. Probably should have mentioned that.
It's a good one. It's a good one. Yeah, you should mention. And how about Lutz?
Hey, everyone. My name is Lutz. I'm based in Berlin. I'm co-founder of a purpose-driven consultancy that is doing research and advocacy in nighttime. It's called Vibe Lab. And I'm also spokesperson of an organization that's called Club Commission. It's like an advocacy group representing 300 clubs and promoters of Berlin. And in the recent month, during COVID crisis, I started 2 major projects. One was the Global Nighttime Recovery Plan, where more than 120 people participating all over the world. And a streaming project was called United We Stream that brought more than 2,500 artists on a virtual stage. And we also created communities, digital communities all over the world.
Great, thanks. And my bud Shane. Shane, what's up, man?
Hey, Bryce. Hi, everybody. My name is Shane Shapiro. I'm based in London. I run a company called Sound Diplomacy. We work with cities and governments all over the world on music strategy and policy. We run events called Music Cities Events all over the world, and I've just started an NGO called the Center for Music Ecosystems, which is working on kind of large-scale research projects around music ecosystems with the United Nations and a few other intergovernmental agencies.
Great, thanks everybody. So we're going to talk about organizations and organizing in the music industry. Let's start with organizations. I'm interested in hearing if there are any specific organizations you're working with that are just doing the most interesting, innovative, cutting edge work right now. Anybody want to chime in? I will call on somebody if I have to.
Well, where we can shout out to like very cool things that are happening.
Yeah, man, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's some great work like in the US. I'll talk about what's happening in Northwest Arkansas with the Arts Council there. It's called CASH. I don't know what that stands for. Central Arkansas Creative Hub with
Creative Arkansas Community Hub and Exchange. If I got that wrong, I'd be in trouble.
But I think they're doing incredible work kind of bringing the creative industries together around investing really at the grassroots level in developing content and developing, all sorts of different initiatives in Northwest Arkansas, which, historically is not known as much as the Austins and the Nashvilles, but there's as much going on there per capita than there is in any other place that I've seen.
That's great. Who else?
And it's been interesting, really, for me to see how the shifts in the sort of force of all of us having to be stuck in front of screens has sort of leveled the playing field in some ways for some organizations. Like a brand new organization like NVIA, or relatively brand new, was able to sort of get this groundswell of support and actually get policy change inserted into the most recent COVID support bill with the National Venue Operators Grant. That's a massive bit of sort of cultural change that's happened in the States. That kind of support for arts, given it's in the context of COVID, was kind of interesting to see. And I'm really interested to see how these sort of things keep continuing on.
Yeah, I think I have to shout out to more than 64 night mayors and advocates all over the world. It's a growing movement. When we started off 20 years ago, there was only one, and now it's in New York, it's in Paris, it's in Orlando, in Washington D.C., in Detroit. You have all in these cities. You have people who step up, negotiate, help programs, try to step in if there's like a misunderstanding between creative communities and governments, and it's an amazing work that a lot of people are doing during this crisis and make cities definitely more resilient.
Yeah, Adriel's been doing amazing work in Detroit, I know.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, the scope and scale and variety of the work, you're talking about work happening in the heartland of the US, 64 night mayors all around, the NEVA Save Our Stages grant. That's arguably the biggest piece of federal cultural policy in the US ever. I mean, the momentum is substantial. It's a fascinating time. How about you, Sarona? Anything on your radar?
The thing that's on my radar now is just getting started, really. And it's not necessarily an organization so much as an expansion of what they do. So many people have heard of WIPO, right? The International Property, Intellectual Property is Friday, and I did not play the drinking game yet. So they actually have a new initiative called WIPO for Creators, and a whole creator platform that's just in its launching stages now. That's going to provide a whole set of resources, educational resources across the spectrum in terms of not just music, but different forms of creative arts. Really trying to help educate a whole category of creators who maybe historically were not close to the economic or commercialization process for their art, and now are a lot closer to it. So keep an eye out for developments in that area. It's early days yet, but I'm really excited about it.
That's great. That's fantastic. So this panel we're chatting in the green room about one of my next prompts, which is, are there any organizations out there that maybe should go away, that maybe shouldn't be around? And it was kind of a dare to see if anybody would name an organization explicitly. Now's the time, friends. Does anybody want to call out an organization that should go away, or just talk more broadly about perhaps organizations, organizational types, or modes of organizing that may be fading out?
I can talk about it broadly. Maybe that's a weak move, but I'm not sure how useful these kind of siloed, very specific organizations will be in the future. What I'm seeing broadly is that when groups are coming together to kind of come to some sort of agreement, may not be perfect, this is really where transformative change is happening. For example, it's before the context of COVID, but the music industry, for the large part, came together and agreed on the main tenets of, at least in the United States, the Music Modernization Act. That was a massive sort of update that was due. A lot of people would agree with that, and we sort of came together to make that happen. In the UK, the similar things for support for the creative community, and some of the work that's actually been done to take a look at streaming and so on and so forth. That has sort of been this push through and this agreement between a lot of different parties, and these specific entities might not be so useful going in the future. I don't know.
I think, yeah. Sorry, Bryce.
No, go ahead.
I think they're not in the US, but I think in some countries, some collection societies need to either be reformed or go away. A lot of collection societies were created, the same way mafias are created in some countries. Being honest, we set up a new collection society. Well, not we, me. I'm part of it, called Unison in Spain, in response to what we think was a completely inequitable anti-artist system that was being run in Spain by the existing collection society there, Sky. I am not their biggest fan, but they have improved significantly since then because we keep taking them to court and winning. But when you look at the developing world and when you look at how where you live and what you look like should not affect your ability to pursue music as a career. But unfortunately, we have there are a lot of countries where these copyright agencies are just not artist focused. And I feel like there's an incredible opportunity now, although it may upset some people, to rethink what collection societies mean for creators in these new music markets, where artists deserve the same level of support that they get from collection societies in the US.
I mean, you did just call them the mafia, Shane. So
we got that on record now.
If you get a horse head in your bed.
I didn't call anyone the mafia, but there are some countries where these organizations are operated in very similar ways, and sorry.
At least we know who it is if it's happening. So we take revenge. I think when we started to negotiate emergency aid programs in Germany, there were a lot of organizations popping up that had obviously a mailbox and representing somebody, and came out with numbers, like huge numbers and everything. And we as Club Commission, we were able to survey in a week all of our members. I think 85% answered that survey. We had like very specific numbers of how the liquidity is, how long they can actually survive without any government help. And I think so. I would say all the organizations that are just representing but not really serving their community and not really having communication or access to their own stakeholders, I think we can get rid of them.
That's great. Serena?
I don't have any additional ones to add. I don't.
I think that if you look at what's happened in the past year in terms of what NEVA has done, if you can think of it as arts advocacy, which I argue that it is, you really have to take a hard look at arts advocacy in the US and the organizations that are primarily responsible for that, and ask whether or not they have been effective, whether or not they truly represent the arts in the US, particularly the art that's sort of embraced by, created by most people, which is popular music. And I think we have to look at any organization performing that role and ask, are you truly effective, especially in light of what was accomplished by NEVA under extraordinary circumstances? So that's my version of.
I'm the only one that actually answered your question.
Well, you said you weren't going to actually name a name, so you got out of it too, pal.
I think Bryce almost just named a name, but I mean, it's interesting. I think there's this like larger definition of what creative work is and what the music industry might be, what the arts are in the United States, at least specifically. And I see it being adopted in other countries where they get this bigger idea that it's not just museums, it's not just nonprofits. But when you look at the economics of it, we put all this money into the economy, and we need to be able to talk about that wider definition, and figuring out how to organize and to get the conversation between both of these, both the nonprofit and for-profit sides of the arts, both the in museum and out of museum, however you want to define it. That's when real change will happen, because Washington or policymakers in capitals will see, oh, everybody's talking about this now.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I would even push a step further that the notion, it's not a type of organization, or it's not a specific organization, but 501c3s as like the sole vehicle, or 501c6s that we use to advance the arts as a public good, it is such a boring and broken model. And one of the, I think, quick and easy cultural policy wins we could get in this country would be to sort of address funding for individuals rather than all funding having to go to nonprofit organizations. And that's when we look at what's happening in the US and then in other parts of the world, it's always so hard to do a comparison because we have this gigantic nonprofit industrial complex that has to center all of the work. So I could use a little less nonprofits.
Yeah, I get it. I'm on both sides. I'm president of a nonprofit board, but I also run a for-profit arts company, and it's like, it's just a legal structure but we're doing the exact same thing.
That's all it is. It's just a tax structure. Let's switch a little bit away from organizations to organizing, the sort of the actual acts, whether it's social movement and political style, or it's simply coming together. What sorts of things are you seeing in organizing that is interesting to you and you want to call out?
I feel like there's so much sharing and storytelling going on, and it's a really, really good thing for somebody who's trying to get more information about being in the music industry, or trying to sort of level up, if you will, on their information. It's almost like drinking from a fire hose. Maybe a bad example, but there's just so much information out there. I wonder how well we're doing at making sure that will stay going forward. I just don't want it to switch back to where it is, but I get that there's importance to being in person for these kinds of meetings. The fact that we're from all over the US and internationally in a bunch of different time zones in this chat is awesome. And, I've participated in 2 panels yesterday, those kind of things should stay. But I'm wondering what the after effects might be.
I would like to talk a bit about Unite We Stream, because we saw so much positive coming out of a streaming service. Everybody talks about a negative. There is no, the finance model is not there yet, and all these kind of things. And of course, it's not club culture. You cannot replicate a sweaty dance floor. But what we see is that it's really used by advocates all over the world. So we have it now in 118 cities, Unite We Stream. And we have now the results, how that really helps local groups to be visible, to also show them as united, which was always a problem, in the music scene, to get everybody together. But virtually, you get them on a platform. And Tbilisi in Georgia is a good example. There is, we all know about these revolutions and the techno scene that really protested for many years. And now, the first time, they actually received grants from the city. And they sent us a letter that is only solely based on the work that we did with the streaming, because they now had visibility. They were able to also use national heritage and really centered places, because they never could do a party there, obviously, but they could set up a streaming, and it's visible. It shows we are part of the society. We're here, and we're also suffering, and that is something that I could really see as a very positive movement.
That's great. Shane, what about you?
I'm super impressed with, from an organizing perspective, what Lutz and his team have done in relation to the Global Nighttime Recovery Plan. I know that Fitch was on the call as well. There's a lot of people who have done a lot of work to create some incredible guidance and advice. And so shout out to you, Lutz, and Mirek, obviously, who's not here. From
Thanks for your help.
Yeah, from an organizing perspective, I think I could talk for hours about how fantastic, NEVA is and what they have done in terms of organizing. If you think about thousands of venue owners from across the country, each with different issues, coming together for a singular purpose or a couple singular purposes, and then getting and then the shuttered venues support coming through in the second Trump stimulus package is fantastic. Or it's, internationally, we're seeing a lot of work at the European Commission level too that's really commendable. So for those who aren't familiar, the European Commission has a program called Music Moves Europe, which was part of a cultural program for the last few years. Just this year, it's been carved out as its own specific program, which is a big deal, that music is its own thing rather than underneath other things. And there's hundreds and hundreds of organizations that have worked to make that happen. But what that means is, and I'm excited about this, and Horizon 2022, which is the big European funding program to fund academic research. It's like the NEA on steroids. One of the topics that they're bringing to the fore this in 2022 is music ecosystems. And I certainly yelled as much as I could at whatever wall would listen to me over all these years. But the fact that that there's this research grant for music ecosystems where 3 or 4 universities have to apply. You have to have this whole massive application process involving millions of euros, shows the seriousness that the European Commission has towards music, which is really, really commendable. So I'm incredibly optimistic. A lot of good things are happening in relation to organizing, both on the music side and the nighttime economy side, and together.
That's great. Thanks. And Trump was your swear word, so drink if you're following along.
Sorry, I watch Colbert and he doesn't use this word, but he's got like all the different. If anyone else watches Colbert, there's so many different synonyms for his name.
You might be the only person to qualify that spending package as Trump's spending package, but that's okay. Somebody needed a drink then. Serona, anything to add, or do you want to? I have something else, but do you want to chime in?
I'll try to be really quick because I know time is short. And I just really think we have crossed such a major, it's a huge paradigm shift in bringing together people that are not geographically located near each other in terms of how people are educated, how people can organize together for a cause. Having Zoom meetings, as much as everyone's fatigued by them, it to me is a huge game changer in bringing together like-minded people in ways that just was not possible before, when you were talking about everybody traveling or getting on phone calls or even just posting on Facebook. It's not the same. So that excites me.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I'm curious to see how this momentum goes after it.
We're also seeing, just so many more kind of non-music entities engage with music. So as you said, we've had some great engagement with the United Nations, which I don't think would have happened without the industry coming together in a way where what it wanted to communicate was clearer to the outside world. So I think that's really, really, really exciting as well.
Yeah,
and I didn't mean it was his stimulus package. I'm sorry, it's late here. I'm getting in trouble. It's the second time I've gotten in trouble on this panel.
I know you're calling in from Boris's London, so it's fine, man.
Yeah.
I feel like we're
That's
doing
a swear word.
Jens, we're running out of time. Focus.
I was just say, I feel like we're doing better at storytelling. Maybe, and we were able to just kind of the general comment, but we were able to tap into a sort of more maybe emotional content, or the story was more coherent, whatever it may be. This sort of move forward, seems like that story that we're telling is hitting policymakers' ears. It's tapping into a national nerve a little bit more, and I think that's maybe why we're seeing some more success there.
Yeah, I think music has always been used to advance other causes and movements. And what happened was we saw music as a means of advancing our own cause. I will say that what I haven't seen enough of is the organizing of musicians, or musicians being as formatively involved in organizing as I would hope, given that many of these policies directly impact them. And I have seen some models of unions developing, but I'm really hoping our sort of smart DIY entrepreneurial musicians out there are thinking about how they can organize. Because if you talk about a political constituency, musicians, if we could connect to each other and have a shared goal, we would be formative. We're about to wrap up. So are there any collaborations or connections that you're hoping to see, that you're like, we really need this? This is a bit of a pie in the sky moment that we can go out on.
I can go first. So riffing off what you just said, Bryce, I would love to see the creatives and musicians and performers hopefully self-organize a little bit more, just like organic or fair trade coffee producers and food producers have before. There's this sort of nascent fair trade music thing going on, and it would be cool to see that adopted more throughout the industry.
Great. Let's go around the horn. Lutz.
I would agree to that, and I think the Global Latin Recovery Plan showed also the work that we also have to look in the global South. We tried very hard to reach out to a lot of people, but we also saw that a lot of them are not able to do voluntary work, because they have to survive, and we have to find models how to, collaborate with the global South more and find ways how also to stimulate them.
Great. Quickly, Sirona.
I'd like to see more organizations come together to focus on educational initiatives.
Yes.
I can say through my work at the MLC, we'll have a session about mechanical licensing and get a ton of questions about other parts of the industry, because people are so hungry for like, well, tell me about these other things too. And, I would love to see more collaborative efforts of respected organizations so people know they're getting reliable information, coming together with more educational offerings for musicians and songwriters.
Great. Love it. Shane, you got the wrap up.
I'm hoping for, greater engagement with music and kind of the wider sustainable development conversation at an international and intergovernmental level. I think there's an incredible opportunity to invest in music through how governments invest in sustainable development. And now I'm distracted by Storm joining us. But
for your report you did with the Center for Music.
So yes, we and for those who are interested, we wrote a report. The Center for Music Ecosystems wrote a report in concert with 10 UN agencies, Center for Music Ecosystems /SDGs, and it's about music and the SDGs. I think a lot of governments, this is how they spend money, especially in the global South. And so this is an incredible opportunity to kind of make 1 + 1 = 3.
Absolutely. Great way to wrap it up, Shane. Appreciate you, Bryce, for moderating this. And what a great panel. There's so many points at which I said, I'll drink to that. We're going to move on to our next panel, which will show up in a couple of minutes. We'll see you there. And we're off. All right. All right, welcome back. We are going to have one more rethinking session, and then we'll have a closing session. I encourage you all to stay around for the mixer as well at 125 PDT. It's going to be a lot of great wrap up to today's conversations, and we'll move to this one right now, and I will introduce my esteemed colleague, Gigi Johnson.
Hello, I am so glad to be moderating. I'm not even moderating, coercing, coordinating, working with this fine group of people. This is our closing content session. We have had 3 days of looking at all sorts of pieces of the puzzle of music's role and all sorts of slivers. And today's the day of kind of rethinking. And this is kind of our wrap up, we're the ninth inning, baseball metaphor. Sorry, I usually do food metaphors, but looking at the role of music in future civil society. And I'd love my panelists here to introduce themselves, because each of them has had a journey to get here in looking at a lot of this. And if I can get Kevin to start out, because in many ways, Kevin's work at the Future of Music Coalition is what in many ways got my brain looking at some of this stuff quite a while ago, looking at music's role. Kevin, can you introduce yourself and your adventures?
Sure. Thanks so much. I'm happy to be here. So Future of Music Coalition is a nonprofit based in DC for 20 years now. I've been with the organization for just about 9. And we work at where music touches in federal public policy. We do research and education and advocacy work for musicians on the full range of issues that impact their lives and livelihoods. Sometimes that's things like copyright and licensing. Sometimes it's things like arts funding. Sometimes it's health insurance. This year, it's been a lot of COVID relief efforts and looking at unemployment benefits and how to make sure that musicians' needs as individual workers are respected. But we try to take a broad view of all of these issues.
I'm going to try to pull a digital string to pull you closer to your microphone. So let's pull you up for a little bit. There we go. Excellent. And you guys, I was thinking your 2012 study, which is one of the first ones I'd seen with more than 5,000 artists, trying to take a look at what their livelihoods actually were. And we're still wrestling with this today, is how do we understand the roles of music and musicians? Was that a mountain to climb back then?
Well, there are so many data gaps. There's so much information where there is no centralized data set that captures the full diversity of practice. Musicians are just such a diverse population, and it's very difficult to design research work that catches all of them. Even the federal statistics that we have miss big parts of that population. And it's our 2012 study, I believe is online right now. We're going through some web upgrades, so it might not be here today, but you can always find it at money.futureofmusic.org. But we did that in 2012, and I designed that survey as a longitudinal thing that would be able to replicate every 5 years. But it's such a big endeavor that we actually haven't been able to replicate it yet. So if anybody knows like a philanthropist who's ready to write a big check, I'd love to do it again.
I think we're all seeking our philanthropist, which I think is some of our ongoing themes.
Probably
here, right?
a theme through the last 3 days, yeah.
Absolutely. Diana, okay. So I met Diana when she was doing heavy lifting here in Los Angeles. So Diana, I think we were at somebody's offices where you had to buzz in and sign in, and that we're trying to bring together the conversations of the Los Angeles Nightlife Alliance. And then you had this fabulous opportunity that swept you off to then working with Vibe Lab. Can you introduce yourself better than that? But also, you've been trying to connect a lot of these dots already about music and the bigger picture.
Thank you, Gigi. And I was thinking back to, I think it must have been early 2019, Amplify Music, big square microphone around an audience in a conference room at UCLA. And I'm really happy that even though we're far apart geographically, we can still be together and in conversation. So I'm Diana Razelis. I have spent the last 1.5 years or so as a research fellow with the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, which, as Gigi mentioned, was the aforementioned beautiful opportunity to go and study nightlife policy at sort of in one of the cities that has done it for the longest, with Berlin Club Commission and also with Vibe Lab. And so the pandemic was a bit of an unforeseen, but for the past year or so, I've been working with Vibe Lab and with a number of collaborators all around the world on the Global Nighttime Recovery Plan, which has been a rolling collaborative chapter by chapter release discussing and diving deep into different topics that cities and nightlife scenes and music scenes around the world are all sort of collectively facing as we move towards reopening and rethinking in different models of support. And prior to that, and prior to that, I have a background in kind of varied in community organizing and leadership development as a theater director in Chicago, developing new plays, and certainly bringing all of that to bear as we all figure out exactly what this field is and kind of invent it together.
And if you ever need someone to herd cats of creative artists in a physical room, Diana really rocks. Watching her is like magic. It's really, I wish I had that superpower. I have all sorts of other bad habits in that regard, but great to watch her work. Now, Laura and I met through the House of Blues Foundation work in actually spending lots of time pre-pandemic sitting on Zoom calls before we were doing Zoom calls to talk about the big systemic problems under the hood on equity, inclusion, and the bizarre ecosystem of internships where students have to pay to be an intern to work for free, and trying to figure out how to detangle that for the music industry. Laura, I know that's my highly simplified conversations we were having, but can you introduce yourself and the kind of work you've been doing to take a look at music plus other things?
Yeah, thanks, Gigi. We were cool before it was cool, right? We were Zooming before everybody else. And I've loved our really long conversations on this. So, being the director of education at Music Forward Foundation, part of the Live Nation and House of Blues family, as a nonprofit, we sit in this really unique space, right? That provides us access to the industry that we're seeking to diversify. And we have our community relationships. So we work with schools and nonprofits, and being that connector, that bridge that brings it all together and creates an industry that's representative of our communities, of our culture. And so we've really been working hard to get the industry to feel comfortable working with that population and getting young people in a place where they can advocate and also actually enter. So coming into the room feeling fully prepared and having a competitive space that places the best individuals into the roles that we need to have leaders that understand that they always have to be looking back and lifting up as they go, so that we can have this equitable space that I dream of and create partnerships and conversations to get there.
This panel is to talk about where we're going in music's connection to things. And I wanted, I guess, and I didn't warn you guys about this thought, but there's a really good, fairly recent book that's out of somebody connected with the RSA out of the UK about super communities. By the fact that we tend to organize and ritualize around government striations and profits and nonprofits, et cetera. What are you guys seeing as sort of the networked ecosystem we have to have for music to be connected in to this new, not new normal, as someone said earlier, the next normal? Are there pieces of this we're missing? Do we need to recognize the fact that this all is threaded together? Anybody can pick up the ball from here. I don't have the microphone to throw from my physical stuff. Anything that you guys are seeing or dreaming about in terms of network or super communities connecting all this together? No, Gigi, don't ask us questions.
No.
That.
I think we're all thinkers, right? Like, let me think that through before I have an answer here. But of course, I jump in without any forethought all the time. So I'll go ahead and do it here. I mean, I think the dream, right, is that everyone understands, if you want diversity, equity, and inclusion. You have to look at all the things that have to fall into place in order for that to happen where you are. And so being able to understand that value and create opportunities, dollars, right? If we're looking at certain communities and we're looking at this greater partnership of community, invest back into the community, create spaces for music making, create spaces for exploring opportunity, create spaces that at the end of the day serves the industry that we're looking to affect, right? And understanding that you have to be part of the process and what it looks like to be present and what it looks like to actively participate and not feel like it's a burden, right? Like that's the other part of it. It's just everybody's busy, everybody has their goals. So how do we get everyone collectively into a space that we have that perspective that allows us to make it like breathing. This is just how we do it. This is just how we move individuals through the community. And this is how we allocate our dollars. And this is how we create our policies so that we're doing it like we're breathing and drinking water.
I've been thinking a little bit because I think whenever I'm in music spaces, I always feel this sense of a bit of a Venn diagram. And Gigi, I think you mentioned this in one of the intros, that, you know, music and nightlife, there's a lot of overlap, but there are also different issues. And I imagine that for all of us here, that there's a sense of that sort of Venn diagram of maybe music and education or music policy and so on. And so I think there's so much power also in what definition is written down, is shared, is discussed, or what sort of manifesto or vision is at the core of any of these communal efforts. Because sometimes I do look at culture surveys or policy documents, and it doesn't include, you know, drag shows as part of music and performance art, or it doesn't include events that are taking place in nightclubs. And so this continuing to think about, I like this word of this super community. I'm excited to look this up. Thinking about these big tents that we create and being very intentional with the language. We
lost the last half of this sentence, I think.
Man, okay. Forgive the freezes there. But yeah, to be intentional with the language that we're convening community around. Yeah.
Kevin, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, so I think, you know, looking at this through the policy perspective, in policy, there's this notion of the public interest, and how we collectively define the public interest in public policy then is helpful for understanding how music fits into that. And unfortunately, a lot of the times our understanding of what defines the public interest in public policy is far too narrow and isn't focused on community needs. Like, that's the shift that needs to happen. So if I can give you my standard soapbox rant on this really quickly, in antitrust policy, which we've been working on a lot lately, there's this predominant school of thought that defines the public interest through the lens of what they call consumer welfare. Like music or anything else is a product or a commodity, and so people are consumers, and so they benefit from low prices. And you know, as long as nobody has to spend too much on it, that's a system that benefits consumers. And then there are others that stick to that consumer focus, but take more of an expansive view and say that music's essentially entertainment and consumers benefit when it's as cheap as possible, but you also want them to have lots of choices. And so it's like the toothpaste style. Consumers benefit from having a bunch of varieties of different kinds of toothpaste that they can choose from, and innovative new toothpaste technologies that clean their teeth better. And then there's this other school of thought that says the public is more than just consumers, they're citizens. And so citizens have needs for community. Citizens have a need for a sense of belonging and or meaning and identity. They need more than just products. And music can be more than just a product. It's an important cultural practice that you participate in. Participation has public benefit that goes way beyond entertainment. Music is like a space where values are forged and community and connections are made, and unheard voices can be made heard. Music has this unique ability to communicate something important about shared experience, both within particular communities and across different kinds of communities. And when you think about that, the shortcomings of the sort of market-based consumerist approach to thinking about the public interest starts to become clear. And so you instead start to get definitions of the public interest that emphasize access and diversity and decentralization and making sure that everybody can be an audience member. There can still be problems, though, if those notions of the public interest don't also engage with the issues of equity and sustainability, and particularly power disparities and how they impact music workers, especially. Most of the techno-utopian public interest thinking of the 2000s idealized this notion of the commons, but tended to brush aside impacts on workers and producers. And that sort of set the stage for some of the extractive business models that we're all grappling with right now. And so now we have this opportunity to move towards a more mature and progressive understanding of the public interest that allows us to think of citizens embedded in communities in this more holistic way, and understand that citizens are occupying both the role of audience and of creator. And rather than balancing the public interest against the interests of music creators and music communities, we can see them as intimately and intrinsically bound together and work for policies that reflect that reality.
And let me sort of bridge into the seeing that part at the end there, right? So I would contest, and I've been hearing the whole 3 days of conversation, that a lot of it is the fact that things were not seen before, that we were somewhat broken in many different parts in terms of systemic issues, equity, economics for artists, and the narrative tended to be a hero-based, fabulous community activist or an artist working alone with almost none of the network seen. And I know that you all are working in the network demystifying space, helping people see all of this. Is this a progression that we can now amplify further coming out of the pandemic so that we continue to see all of this and that it's not just a monetary band-aid? How do we keep music to be seen and considered and continuing to be a richness here instead of the venues are open, we're fixed, etc.? How do we continue to have this complex space where our artists barely know to get signed up with a PRO and Sound Exchange? How do we make this a visible, tangible, tactile, talkable space? I don't ask simple questions. I'm sorry. It's me at the end of the day too.
This isn't a direct answer, but one of the initiatives that I think really came to mind as you were framing your question, just thinking about what we see on the surface and what's underneath. That what we see is maybe this one genius or this one policy that sort of emerges at exactly the right time, when what's beyond that and behind that is maybe many, many years of setting the groundwork, of doing the community organizing, of building the relationships. And it's sort of being extremely prepared so that one is able, or a group is able, to kind of seize an opportunity. Because last summer in Berlin, I think there was quite a lot of conversation and controversy even about open air events that subtract festivals, subtract clubs that were closed, and all of a sudden, there's quite a lot of pressure on public spaces. And the general practice of kind of spontaneous open air events in the city, all of a sudden was really coming into conflict of how do we negotiate between sort of silent versus sonic recreation, as it were. And so I think what really jumped into the conversation was Berlin Club Commission has been doing workshops with open air organizers for years, of roundtables, of trying to build sort of good practice to make sure people are thinking about leaving no trace and being mindful of their neighbors where they're choosing spaces, and sort of doing that almost apprenticeship or stewardship of the scene. And that enabled some initial conversations with policymakers that I think may not have been possible otherwise. And I do think, as I was looking at the brief, all these questions for this panel, thinking about is in public spaces, and I froze. but where music takes place in public spaces and how we negotiate that and how we make more of those public spaces possible, which I know is such a big thing and a big question in Los Angeles, for example, that it's not solely about saving spaces, which it is, but it's also about how do we integrate this into new places in the urban fabric.
You know, interesting to listen to this conversation, and thank you. It's about understanding, right, and perspective, and being able to, everybody wants the space that they're in to thrive, right? In music, I think the pandemic, if nothing, well, there's so many others. One of the things that the pandemic has done, I think, for all of us is to recognize, very tangibly, the size of the industry, right? And that when musicians aren't able to perform, there's a musician who's missing an opportunity to make a living, to do the thing that they love, to create community. And we all keep craving this. Yeah, so Gigi, yeah, yay, we can go back to venues. Excellent, but let's take the lesson from this about, how much our community supports this larger, greater, whatever it is, consumer or community advocate. And I think that there's good opportunity, and there has been reflection. So now let's put it to action, right? We've had to all, in this crazy busy industry, had an opportunity to have these types of conversations and understand and take the time to learn what's happening at the policy level and what's happening within community and in the industry. And so commit now, do it. We've done the reflection, and now let's implement some of the work. And I love the work of the MLC, and really, of course, I'm going to be biased, but like going into those spaces of getting young people to understand, this is how you can utilize your creativity to support your community and yourself. This is how you can enter this industry in a thoughtful way, and for it to be really something that's possible. And so we start to understand the financial impact that the music industry has and the opportunities that are created. So I think we just have to put into place all the stuff we've been talking about, and baby step, and stumble and get back up if we have to, but let's just keep moving. I think nobody is going to have the ability to go back to what it was.
So we have just a few minutes left. And so this panel is supposed to be looking out 2022 to 2025. And we all have a hard time looking out 3, 4, 5, 6 months. And we put a lot of question marks now out to 2022. If the genie gave you a wish, what would you want to see in terms of continuing change over the next 3 years? And I'll start with mine to kind of move the conversation into it. I want y'all to meet each other. I mean, to me, this is my wish for why we created Amplify a year ago and why we have Amplify now, is that we kept running into great people who each were doing their fabulous work in the world and couldn't see necessarily the missing stories, the work they were doing. And again, I've been inspired by the Future of Music Coalition and the fact that they were in many ways trying to do a lot of this, back in 2012 and before, in helping us see each other and see the conversation and see what was happening. So I'm going to hand my wish baton over to Kevin. What is your magic wand wish of what you would like to see if you were looking out 3 years into what you would like to see activated?
Oh boy. I guess there's so many things, but I think that I would start with gosh, I'm going to ask you to come back to me. I'm going to think on this a little.
Okay, I will come back to you. Laura, Diana, would you like to pick? I was going to say maybe the talking stick instead of the magic wand. Pass you the talking stick.
Sure, I'll dive in. I think that one of the things this year has taught us so much was about the precarity of so much of this industry. And I think it also highlighted some real big equity issues of who can afford to be in music or who can afford to be in nightlife. And so I have a wish that, in looking into this crystal ball, and if I can wave my magic wand, that more people instead of fewer feel that they have the safety net and the resources to enter this industry and to take that risk. Because I do think that when we look at the way things were, this year has exposed, year and a half has exposed so many things that were untenable. And I do feel inspired when I look at the mutual aid funds, the government funding models, just even the discussions that are beginning. And so I do hope, looking to the future, that those things come to fruition. And this feels like an industry with a lower barrier to entry, whether it's wanting to start a venue, whether it's wanting to build a career as an artist, and so on. And I'll pass it to Laura now.
Thanks, Diana. Yeah, I think if I had a magic wand, similar to you, Gigi, right? It's like I keep meeting these amazing people doing amazing things in education. And I see these people doing these great things and amazing things within the industry. And I see people that are advocating, and if we could just get them into a space, right? Like, I wish somebody were in this space right now, listening to these conversations and just being able to have a recognition and some movement in how we structure organizationally, whether it be in the private sector or in education, so that the way that we define being part of the music industry becomes different and better understood by all. That consensus, right, that Diana was speaking about. And that we continue to invest in opportunities for professionals to share and be part of that workforce development, like that thriving workforce development. I don't want to say pipeline, but I'm making the movement, right? Like that pathway for the young people.
And I know that we have Storm on here telling me that it's about time to shift into what's our last conversation of the day. But Kevin, can we come back to you?
I'll try and go quickly. Yeah, I think it's sort of it's the need to, now that we understand that some of these old illusions have fallen away, the need to sort of invest in that connective tissue and the infrastructure approach to it, looking at these things not just through the lens of isolated projects and like either from a philanthropic or an entrepreneurial perspective, but instead looking to evaluate these things on an infrastructural level and asking on every level, like, how well is this infrastructure serving the diversity of practitioners and serving communities, and to the extent that we see these problems, solving them, trying to solve them through an infrastructure lens.
Great way to wrap up there, Kevin. And we appreciate you, and may all your wishes come true. I'll say that for sure. Anyway, thanks for the great conversation. We're going to take a couple minutes break here and come back with Gigi and I speaking about the closeout here. See you soon. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. And it's at this point that we hope you've had a very informative and productive day. And Gigi and I are going to talk a little bit about what we've experienced, but we certainly want to hear from you in the chat. Please chime in. You know, we just heard in the last panel, some folks had a wish list of things they'd like to see happen. We'd like to hear what you all want to see happen, and we'd love to hear what you've thought of the day and what you've taken away from it. But with that, I'll turn it over to my special colleague who has made so much of this possible and has been a real inspiration in getting this going, and I can't thank her enough. How's that for an introduction? Gigi.
That's great. I wanted to kind of circle back, Storm, to how we got here. And so Storm and I were going to talk at South by Southwest. And those of you who were for the opening on day one or with us a year ago have heard the story that we'd been looking at music cities. And we just had Kevin on and talking about, you know, I tend to show his work from 2012 in my classes at UCLA and the fact that, you know, how do we work together? How do we know each other? We found 71 different city studies done by great groups, and you've heard a lot of them talking the past 3 days. But we had all these puzzle pieces where there were studies, but then weren't necessarily glued together, and everyone was asking different questions and not seeing each other's work. Tended to be mostly in Europe and North America. And we were asking the question, can y'all get together? Can y'all talk about it? Can you see the work and the holes pre-pandemic, which wasn't our framing? And we spent the time for South by Southwest ahead of it going, do we get on airplanes? I mean, do we take this conversation to a place where people tended to pull together to talk about this? And so the first Amplify Music came together because we said, crap, we have all this work and all these people we've met who we know don't know each other. And so that became Amplify last year, where we sat up 25 hours straight. And about 2 a.m., I was listening to the India panels, and I was kind of wondering, what were we thinking of? And then poor Alex, who was helping us last year, he was basically going, can I go to bed now? And then Storm, of course, stays up all night. Most nights we made him get up early for this the past 3 days. So the question got to me when we got back together here, what do we want to do? And so did we want to bring the group together? And my comment is, if people can meet 3 people they didn't know and have 3 ideas from the 3 days, was somewhat iterative. And I hope, and you can share in the comments here, you know, have you gotten 3 ideas and have you met 3 people? But part of the question we kind of have is, what next, guys? The videos for days 1, 2, and 3 are already up. 3 has been live streaming, and that'll be up probably by end of day. And we're chopping it into pieces so you can get it and sharing it out with groups. But from all these conversations, where do you want to take this? You know, there's comments in the chat here a bit on making connections. But, you know, what do you all want to do at this? Storm, your thoughts from that commentary?
Well, you know, I've got my own list, and we're going to talk about some initiatives we have going, like the Amplify community sessions and things like that. And you know, one observation I'll make is that if I were to look at my list of to-dos, so to speak, from last year's conference, you know, there's so many new issues that have been brought up the past couple of days that weren't even, if they were a part of our agenda last year or the discussion, it was very small. So we have a new set of challenges, despite where we are in our individual countries and states and regions. A new set of challenges, and my hope is that, you know, that while we've heard from folks here today to talk about those challenges, that we can address those in the best way we as individuals can in our own communities. And I intend to do that in my own.
Now, you are also doing community sessions. So we're, again, up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm not a great 2 o'clock in the morning person. I know we have people who are on this call that for them it's 2 o'clock in the morning. So we try to have diversity of voices, and we did not hit the goal of geographic and every other type of diversity that we really had at our peak. a lot of this we're trying to pull together in a pre-recorded series of sessions that you'll be seeing actually drop this coming weekend if everything goes well. Storm, do you want to talk about the pre-recorded community sessions that we have teed up between now and I think September?
Yes, and before I do though, you'll see that in the chat we've dropped the links to subscribe to our podcasts. So if you'll click on that and subscribe to those podcasts, you'll be receiving these things. And as Gigi mentioned, we'll be visiting, so to speak, India and Colorado very soon. And we have Nashville in our sights, New Orleans, and we have Australia coming forward soon. And we'll be going around the globe, so to speak, to about 20 cities, states, regions, or countries. They're all communities, and they all have their individual assets that they've got going for them, and their individual situations and status relating to COVID. And where they are now. So we're looking forward to hearing their stories, and we'll be sharing those with those podcasts. And again, subscribe at the links. We'll be posting them on our socials. Follow us there. And we look forward to not only you all checking those out, but give us feedback and let us know how we might further that program as well.
And it'll be both I should say vlog and podcast. So there'll be
yes.
30 to 45-minute sessions, similar to some of the panels here, but local variety of voices. But it'll be both on YouTube as well as on the Amplify Music Communities podcast, which you can already find on your podcast players. At least the introduction with my dulcet tone saying, hey, we're going to have a podcast. If you have a city that you'd like to bring to the table, we've got some we're already talking to, but if you have a city, country, region where you would like to bring a conversation of what is happening, what is unique, what are the voices, what are the puzzle pieces you're dealing with, and ways you might learn from each other, please come play with us. Community at amplifymusic.org. Now I feel like I've turned into my old Disneyland ride operator days. Community at amplifymusic.org is a place that you can reach out to us anytime during the year. I wanted to mention one other thing is that meeting each other, knowing each other isn't just us. We have 45 organizations that we've pulled into this network to spread the word. And one of the things is that everyone's having virtual events. And I talk to young people all the time, and I keep saying, I know you're home. Come to all these events. So we have an industry events page, and we have other like 4 or 5 other organizations we know who do this. But if you have an event to share, send it to events@amplifymusic.org, and we'll send it out to the newsletter. We'll put it on the website so that people know about each other's great stuff.
Absolutely. And we're back to communities just for a second. We will also have a page on our website that you can go to and see these things and see what's going on. And we heard from some people here in these sessions who are among the leaders in those communities that we'll be meeting with and talking to. So we encourage you to follow in those ways as well.
I need to say some thank yous.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean to cut this part of the conversation short, but this is something sometimes that can be forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's in earshot, but a thank you to my husband, Brian, who's been putting up with us for way too long, including tiptoeing around the house while we're doing these recordings and things. And Storm, we occasionally see your fabulous kids in the background here, but anybody you'd like to thank on camera?
Yes, I would. And they are within earshot as well and staying very quiet at various times throughout the day. So yeah, my lovely, awesome wife, Laura, and my 2 kids, Lucky and Tempest, have been troopers through all this. And I really appreciate them.
So for those of you who have been behind the scenes on it, that you may have run into Kenzie Everett, who is out of Boston right now, but moving to the Denver area. And she's been the one who's been responding to community for a while, as well as writing a lot of the back end of everything. that you've got the phenomenal Alex Dolvin, who we keep hawking every few sessions, who has run the tech for this conference, for the MIA conference, for Music Policy Forum each week. And I've actually lost track of how many different conferences and sessions that he's doing the back end for now. So you need to hire someone to do great work on that. One of my past students, and I'm happy he's doing such great things in the world. There's two young women who I will call out. I'll try not to tear up. So if you have run into Melissa Marie on the back end of things, and she's been the one sitting at the help desk and almost no one came to talk to her, that is my youngest daughter, UC Davis grad in design and mechanical engineering, who's in the background here. And then for those of you in the green room, you run into Mrs. Margaret Morse, 3Ms, who is my oldest daughter, who is sitting as an avatar. People thought she was a bot. We have a few more people to thank. Early on in the process, we had Emma Kale and Emma Noddle, who were, and I think the second Emma's been in the chat, who are helping us get this started months and months ago. That we have Ali Thomas, who was working with the press, Sarah Ballesteros, who you probably saw on the socials, Stevie Page, who's been running marketing, Jake, I can never pronounce Jake's last name. Jake is working hard on the community sessions. How do you pronounce Jake's last name?
I just call him Jake J. Jake
Jedimus Denu?
Yeah, that's good enough.
And we've had other people coming in and out of the conversation. So this has been a great adventure. I must say, during COVID times, to have our Friday team meetings has been actually a thing that's warmed my tiny little heart. Going forward, we'll be having two of the community sessions drop this weekend. We're going to be having a mixer coming up in a little bit. But we're kind of looking to you all. Oh, I need to do a couple more thank yous before I forget. We have 4 gold sponsors who've been fabulous. Lyric Find, Robert Singerman, who does many things, including CAB, et cetera, but Lyric Find has been a supporter. And for those of you who are in the epic and eloquent Be Present Everywhere on the first day, I think it's his 13th of taking those around the world, helping you meet people. It's in the recording. You can meet all these cool people doing cool things. Cash, the Creative Arkansas Community Hub and Exchange. We're getting some shout outs from Jesse directly. Great group of people who is doing wonderful work. Banzukel stepped up early to come help us. We're great to have their CEO here earlier in a session. And Tully stepped up really early, Tully app. And I think you'll find from both of them in their expo space. And we'll be sending it on some digital swag from the conference. Research sponsors, UCLA Herb Alpert School of Music has provided some research funding to carry this out. MIA, Music and Entertainment Industry Educators Association, which I can only say smoothly if I read it. I'm always fumbling. That one is a group of, Storm, how many different universities?
Oh, around 60 or 70, but they're national and international. So great programs everywhere.
Lots of great folks. We've seen a lot of them in the chat and cooperating. We had one new silver sponsor, which is the College of Arts and Media, CU Denver, which is Storm's home. I should say home. Hopefully you're actually doing other things and you're actually at home with your record collection. The Art of Mass Gathering, Majestic Collaborations and Performing Arts Readiness. Majestic and Matthew, who you've heard twice, has been part of this when we got started last year. And in fact, last year contributed 2 volunteers into the mix, or he volunteered 2 of his staff to be the core part of last year's conference. Label Logic, Jay Gilbert, what a doll. That you also, he's the one from Your Morning Coffee. It goes out to 15,000 people, and they shouted out this event a couple times over the past few weeks. And then LA Inception Orchestra, that some of you got to also talk to Akira Nakano last night in the, end of yesterday in the mixer room, and glad for that as well. But we have 45 other organizations who've been part of this. So a big round of applause for me on the folks who've really stepped up to be part of this stone soup adventure.
And we've had some interesting things happen. You know, I heard the music is a big hit that's been included here.
So we're trying to get Alex
even
to
has
write the
that.
playlist up.
Yeah, even Alex even has that talent. He should be an A&R, I guess. But
well, he was running operations from UCLA Radio when he was a UCLA student. So there is a little more to this.
There you go. But I'm seeing a lot of interesting comments in the chat. Thank you all for your participation in that, and we're hearing a lot of great positive vibes. We really appreciate it. And as Gigi mentions, it's such a great team that we've been able to work with on all of this, and such great sponsors who have come forth and helped so much, and so many great speakers from all over the place and from so many time zones, that it really does take a village, and we've made that true. Yeah.
And a lot of people hadn't met each other before we jammed them on panels. So we appreciate everyone who got to meet a few panels, spent a lot of time beforehand, and if you went up for digital coffee afterwards to continue to talk on these conversations. So that's always great. But I do challenge you all. Where do we go from here? So, I'm pleased to be in Southern California, have had both my Pfizer shots, trying to figure out what I want to be doing with my time and my 9th career. But we finally have calmed down in Southern California, but we have people that are part of this conversation in India and Brazil who are really fighting the good fight right now. And different parts of the world who we may not be able to even cross borders into for a long time. How do we continue to take this work forward and learn from each other? And then how do we reach out to each other after this and make time for each other and to share best practices or intriguing practices? And I feel so blessed from this conversation that I can introduce people to each other who are doing amazing music education work in other countries, or people who find me because of this and say, hey, we're doing this work. Who else do you know who does this? Because in my country, my region, my city, I'm the only one who I know who is doing this. So we've been working hard to try to create some master lists. And are there ways we can connect all the various music educators who are outside the school systems? Are there ways we can educate all these new multi-purpose spaces and collaborative spaces and incubators for music so they meet each other? Are there ways that we can have sort of the connective tissue be more robust? And are there ways, as Mark David said earlier in the conference, that we can be pre-educating our government and policy folks ahead of what we need and make that part of our ongoing rituals so that they understand? And I think we have a bridge now, but how do we work together on that across broader spaces? Storm, your wishes and worries going forward?
Well, I'll second some of what you said, as well as add the thought that, I'm going to totally come from the educator stance here and remind everyone that we are archiving these sessions. You'll be able to find them later. So go back and review them again. There were so many gems and so many golden nuggets amidst the conversation. Review them again. Share them with your students if you're an educator, and also, most every panelist and most every organization asks you to check them out, join those organizations, understand those organizations, connect with these people. Again, as Gigi mentioned, that's one of the best parts of this conference is when 6 months from now, we see 2 organizations who just met here or 2 people who just met here collaborating and doing awesome things in their communities. So anyway, let's stay educated and let's stay informed and support these organizations that are doing great things and these initiatives and educate yourselves, because as we move forward, it's going to mean all the more. Those are my 5 cents.
Well, that's more than 5 cents. That's probably a good quarter in there.
Okay.
So if you'd like to reach out to us going forward, it's community@Amplify Music, but we're not done. And in fact, even though the light says live in the stage block, if you're in, hop in. I should rephrase that. This is the wrap if you're watching us on live stream or recorded. Thank you so much for being part of this community. Also, thank you to the people who signed up in Eventbrite. So we have about 700 something people who signed up, and people tipped the tip jar. So as the president of Rethink Music, which is the nonprofit under this, Thank you very much. We ended up with, I think, about $550 in the tip jar, which actually pays for a chunk of the tech. So appreciate that as well. And if you'd like to continue to contribute to Rethink Next, we're going to be doing city programs and a lot of things going forward. First of all, we welcome conversations. A lot of them have even sprouted this week for that. So to come in and look at the future of music cities in your city, glad to talk about that work, including open mapping, and I can bend your ear on that stuff. But you can add us if you are an avid Amazon purchaser. You can add Rethink Next to Amazon Smile, and that lets I think it's 0.5% of everything you buy on Amazon, even your toilet paper, will contribute to the organization. And we also have a PayPal link if you do want to contribute or ask your organization or your employer to contribute. Rethink Next is trying to get organizations around cultural industries to rethink positively where they'd like to go next. One last shtick, nextcareer.me is one of my efforts at the Merrimell Center for Creative Futures to help look at next generation creative careers. Glad to play on that as well. But you can go now, if you like, into the networking area if you are part of the Hop-In crew. It is a little bit like a business chat roulette that you've got. I think it's set for 3 minutes where you can talk to somebody and then pop to talk to somebody else, as well as starting in looking at my clock a little over 7 minutes. We'll be meeting people in the sessions area. We'll have 2 mixer tables. You can be at the table talking, or you can lurk. We've had lots of lurkers the past couple of days to continue these conversations. Anything else before we wrap up the formal scheduled part of our event, other than I drastically need a nap and another cup of coffee?
Well, yeah, I want to say it again. Thank you so much, Gigi. This has been an adventure from the day we planned our presentation at South by Southwest. I wouldn't have dreamed we'd be sitting right here right now having this conversation, but it's all been magical. I really appreciate you and your partnership. And I also want to give a shout out to the University of Colorado and the College of Arts and Media for letting me take the time to do this and involve the students and everything like that. But thanks.
And see you guys in the digital room and see you in the digital ether. Thanks a lot.
Got it.